freedom during sustained military offensive in locations believed to be hideouts of the bandits. The victims were said to have received immediate medical attention for gunshot wounds sustained while in captivity. The latest breakthrough comes weeks after security forces rescued the wife of the late Major General Rabi Abubakar. The newly rescued victims were among those previously seen in a photograph alongside the late military officer during their captivity. In a statement, the Katsina State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Nasir Muazu, commended the courage, professionalism, and dedication of the Nigerian Army and other security agencies involved in the operation. He said the success underscores the determination of security forces to dismantle criminal networks responsible for banditry and kidnapping across the state. Muazu assured residents that security operatives remain on the trail of the notorious bandit leader and other criminal elements, stressing that ongoing operations will continue until those responsible for terrorizing innocent citizens are apprehended and brought to justice. The commissioner reaffirmed the commitment of the administration of Governor Diko Umaru Rada to safeguard lives and property, noting that the state government will continue to collaborate closely with security agencies to deny criminals any safe haven within Katsina State. In a related development, troops of the 12th Brigade Nigerian Army have rescued 5 kidnapped victims in Kogi State after terrorists abandoned them while fleeing sustained military operations in the area. The victims were rescued on Wednesday during ongoing counter-terrorism operations under the 2 Division Nigerian Army, following intensified ground and air offensives targeting terrorist hideouts within forested areas of the state. This was contained in a statement issued by the Acting Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, 12th Brigade, Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi. According to the Army spokesperson, the operation formed part of sustained efforts to dismantle criminal networks and deny terrorists freedom of action within the brigade's area of responsibility. The Army said the rescued persons were immediately evacuated to a safe location for medical attention and further assessment. The statement added that efforts were underway to reunite the victims with their families after completion of medical and administrative procedures. The commander of the 12th Brigade, Brigadier General Kasim Sidi, commended the troops for their vigilance, resilience, and professionalism. He also urged residents to support ongoing military operations with credible intelligence, noting that public cooperation remains critical to defeating criminal elements in the state. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has directed the Katsina Police Command to strengthen security around schools across the state. The Deputy Inspector General of Police, DIG, Department of Finance and Administration, Suleiman Abdul, conveyed the mandate from the IG while on a 2-day operational tour of Katsina, during which he assessed the security architecture of the selected educational institutions. The police was directed to deploy and coordinate patrols to safeguard schools across the region. During the tour, the DIG visited the police children's school and the Government Girls Technical and Commercial College in Charanchi local government area. He inspected perimeter fencing, access control points, security posts, and the deployment of police personnel to evaluate existing security measures at the schools. The DIG also held separate meetings with the management of the schools to obtain first-hand information on their security challenges. He urged the administrators to enforce strict access control measures and promptly report suspicious activities within and around their school premises to security agencies. The senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, Adams Oshomole, has alleged that the report recommending Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduagan's suspension contained forged or improperly included signatures. Oshomole made the statements in an interview while reacting to remarks made by Senate Leader Okpeyemi Bamidele. Bamidele had earlier described the 6-month suspension as one of the lowest points of the 10th Senate. Reacting to the comments, Oshomole claimed that signatures of at least 3 senators were added to the document without their approval. The former Edo governor noted that attaching lawmakers' names without consent violates Senate rules and described it as a breach of parliamentary procedure process. Chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Dele Momodu, has called for sanctions against judges who deliver what he described as rascally judgments, warning that the judiciary must not be allowed to undermine Nigeria's democratic process. Momodu, who spoke on a television monitored from Port Harcourt, argued that judicial officers who disregard established legal procedures and superior court orders should be held accountable. He said the integrity of the judiciary is crucial to sustaining public confidence in democracy and the rule of law. His comments come against the backdrop of a ruling by Justice Peter Alifo of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to deregister the ADC and four other parties over alleged failure to meet constitutional electoral performance requirement, a decision that sparked widespread criticism from opposition figures and legal observers. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The African Democratic Congress, ADC in Rivers State, has inaugurated chairman and members of Peace and Reconciliation Committee aimed at promoting unity, fostering inclusiveness, address grievances arising from the just concluded party's primary elections. The committee is also expected to ensure to strengthen the collective resolve of members towards achieving electoral success in the 2027 general elections. The state chairman of ADC, Chukwudi Dinkpa, who spoke during the inauguration at the party secretariat on Woji Road, GRA, said the objective of the committee is to ensure that every aspirant who participated in the ADC River State primaries, together with their supporters and stakeholders, becomes an active stakeholder in the party's victory project for the 2027 general elections. The state chairman, who was represented by the party's state secretary, Sam Etetengung, listed amongst other terms of reference to include engagement of aspirants who participated in the party's primary elections and obtain their views, concerns and recommendations, promote of reconciliation. Sam Etetengu tasked the committee to facilitate dialogue and reconciliation among aspirants, their supporters and relevant stakeholders where disagreements or misunderstandings may have arisen, and also identify and address grievances.
Peace and Reconciliation Committee is established to promote unity, foster inclusiveness, address grievances arising from the party's primary elections, and strengthen the collective resolve of members towards achieving electoral success in the 2027 general election. The objective of the committee is to ensure that every aspirant who participated in the ADC River State primaries, together with their supporters and stakeholders, become active stakeholders in the party's victory project for the 2027 general election. The terms of reference for this committee, it's expected that the committee will meet and interact with all aspirants who participated in the party's primary elections and obtain their views, concerns, and recommendations.
Sam Etetengu also disclosed that the committee should ensure that party stakeholders are united behind ADC candidates, recommend framework for sustained engagement, and ensure that inclusion is established and the party enters the 2027 elections as a united, cohesive, and formidable political force in Rivers State.
The committee is expected to engage aggrieved members and stakeholders with a view to preserving party cohesion and discouraging actions capable of undermining the party, mobilize support for party candidates. Under this, it is expected that the committee will encourage all aspirants and stakeholders to actively support candidates who march through the party's democratic processes. The committee at the end should recommend inclusion and participation framework, advise the party leadership on strategies for effectively integrating aspirants and their supporters into campaign structures.
In his responses on behalf of the members of the committee, the chairman of the ADC Peace and Reconciliation Committee, Ima Chinda, assured that the committee under his watch will return the party with cheering results.
On behalf of myself and the members of the committee, working the strength of Almighty God, we pledge that we will return to you very successful, and then all the assignments you have given to us, we have taken note of them. We are going to look at them and make sure that we address them as diligently as we come, and by the grace of God, success will be ours. Congratulations.
The Dr. Peter Odili Cancer and Cardiovascular Hospital has announced the free kidney screening program for more than 200 residents to support early detection and prevention of kidney-related illnesses. The initiative is being organized in collaboration with the Rivers State Ministry of Health and forms part of efforts to promote public health awareness. According to the hospital, the screening will hold on Wednesday, June 24, 2026, starting at 8 a.m., with the venue situated at the hospital facility in Ikore, Rumokuta, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Organizers said the program is designed to educate the public on kidney health and to encourage regular medical checkups, as kidney disease often progresses without noticeable symptoms in its early stages. They emphasized that the early diagnosis through routine screening can significantly reduce the risk of complications and improve long-term health outcomes. Beneficiaries of the exercise will receive free medical services, including kidney function tests, blood pressure tests, urinalysis, and blood sugar tests. As deliberations continue on the proposal to raise Nigeria's minimum wage from 70,000 naira to 100,000 naira, many citizens maintain that the new figure would still be inadequate given the current economic realities. Speaking in an interview to the FM's correspondent, residents said the rising cost of food, transportation, and other basic needs has made 100,000 naira insufficient for an average household. They observed that while the proposed increment is a welcome development, does not reflect the prevailing inflation in the country. According to them, the continuous depreciation of the naira has eroded purchasing power, making it difficult for workers to maintain a reasonable standard of living on the suggested wage. The resident emphasized that any wage review must be realistic enough to match the cost of essential goods and services in the market. They are therefore urging the government to go beyond salary adjustments and implement measures aimed at reducing the cost of living for ordinary Nigerians.
100,000 for the nowadays Nigeria economy is a very little money. It's not enough. Someone that already has family, that 100,000 cannot go. The government can even bring some things, can cost of the material, put stuff down, can help us. All those ones can make it to be enough, because 100,000 is a big money anyway. But for the economy of Nigeria now, it makes 100,000 look like nothing.
Never. 100,000 naira minimum wage is not enough for a family to survive. Not in this economy with the level of inflation. 100,000 naira is rubbish.
100,000. If the move is to be implemented well, I will commend the government for increasing it, but then that is not yet enough, because the basic needs of an average home, as it stands now with the way the economy is, that amount is not enough to fund an average home right now. I wish the government can do better to ensure that what they are providing will be well enough to make sure that an average Nigerian can live at least to a reasonable height of comfort.
Operatives of the Nkpoli police station of the River State Police Command have rescued one Uchechukwu Ebuka, an alleged accomplice in the fraud scheme from a mob attack at Bishop Okoye Street Market, Maltiri, Port Harcourt. The incident reportedly resulted in the loss of 3 bags of rice belonging to a trader simply identified as Chinedu. An eyewitness, Moboise Tassi, who confirmed the incident to Today FM correspondent, said that 2 men came to the shop and requested 3 bags of rice, prompting the seller to bring out the bags for them. According to him, one of the men volunteered to take the bags of rice away and promised to return with the money, while his colleague remained behind. He said after leaving with the bags of rice, his colleague attempted to sneak out of the shop, which led to the owner of the shop to become suspicious and apprehended him and alerted members of the public. While being held, some individuals attempted to mob up Ebuka, but it took the intervention of police officers from the Maltiri Nkpolu Police Division to rescue him and thereafter took him to the police station. Confirming the incident, the Public Relations Officer of the River State Police Command, Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP Agabe Kabolo Blessing, reiterated the command's warning against mob attacks and jungle justice. ASP Kabolo Blessing urged residents to desist from taking the law into their own hands by attacking suspected criminals, stressing that jungle justice has no place under the law and will not be tolerated under any guise. The police spokesperson further warned that perpetrators of mob action and jungle justice were apprehended and would face the full weight of the law. The King's Assembly is inviting members of the public to their 5 powerful days of worship, revelation, impartation, and life-changing encounters with God at Refuel Conference 2026 with the theme Unstoppable. In a statement by the church management, the Refuel Conference 2026 will serve as a moment when God breathes fresh strength into his people and a moment when faith rises, purpose is renewed, and lives are transformed. Those that will be ministering are Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor Yemisi Ugo, Dr. Sam Adeyemi, Bishop David Abioye, Pastor Tola Odutola, Reverend George Izunwa, and music by New Song and Minister Moses Bliss. Date June 17th to 21st, 2026, and venue is the King's Assembly at number 58 Tombia Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt. The statement revealed that the conference will be more than a conference but a divine appointment, a time to be refreshed, a time to be empowered, and a time to become unstoppable. South Africa's Democratic Alliance, the second largest party in the fragile coalition government, has demoted former leader John Steenhuisen from the cabinet months before local elections. The reshuffle comes ahead of November's local government elections, a key test for the party following the formation of the 10-party coalition government in 2024. Gordon Hill Lewis, the Cape Town mayor who took over as the party leader in April, has asked President Cyril Ramaphosa to remove Steenhuisen as agriculture minister. Steenhuisen will be replaced by Willie Ocamp, the current environment minister, and will take up a role as deputy minister of trade, industry and competition. The DA said the changes follow a careful assessment of the party's representation in government, adding that the renewed team would strengthen its contribution to the coalition. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Katsina State government has announced the successful rescue of 4 kidnapped victims by troops of the Nigerian Army. IGP Olatunji Disu has directed the Katsina Police Command to strengthen security around schools across the state. We told you that ADC in River State has inaugurated chairman and members of Peace and Reconciliation Committee aimed at addressing grievances arising from the party's primary elections. On the foreign scene, South Africa's DA has dropped the ex-leader Steenhuisen from cabinet. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ejowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, and X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, feel your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are 2 sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community.
Ishinbam Galaxy, forward ever. Ishinbam Galaxy, forward ever. Forward ever, Ishinbam Galaxy. This is to inform our esteemed members that there will be a crucial meeting of Ishinbam Galaxy on the 27th of June 2026. Time, 12 noon prompt. Venue, Blue Oasis, 2nd Eriko, Iwofe Road, opposite School Gate, Blue Oasis Hotel. This is signed by Chief Nkem Stephen Ihuane Eze Odinimba Akunumba 1 of Umudioga.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. All right, so the song you just heard is from Vikoka Port Harcourt. So that's the title of that one. Sometimes when I hear that song, it resonates with me. Maybe because there's just a lot of things that some days you experience some things in this Port Harcourt and you're like, life no easy for Port Harcourt. Because there was a day, I think there was a day I was coming from that particular day, but it rained heavily. I didn't I didn't have an umbrella to help me, and I didn't book a boat either, so I was on normal transport, and it rained so bad that day that I was drenched. I was so wet. Okay, I was soaked. But yeah, and when I got down from the taxi and I was walking down, I just looked up like, life no easy for Port Harcourt. So yeah, that's why I had to play that song anyway. Welcome to What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara. What's on your mind this evening? We're getting right into it because yeah, we just have a few minutes to do that up until 7 before we begin area talk. So I'd like to take all your calls and messages and voice notes now. The earlier, the better, the faster, the better. So yeah, let's keep our calls coming in, and let's begin with what's on your own mind this evening. Today, we're like already okay. It's 6:25 at the moment. So yeah, what's on your mind? It may not be exactly this, the thoughts on your mind this minute, like 6:25 p.m. What's on my mind 6:25 p.m. It could be a thought that was on your mind earlier today. This morning I woke up thinking about this or that or the other one, or a lot on my mind. But during the day, I had the conversation with someone, and I just thought about this and that. Or maybe earlier this week, taking your calls. When they say we're taking orders, I'm taking calls. That's the order I'm taking this minute. 08109510951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you, Luna.
Welcome, Robin Maja.
God bless you. I am worried,
You're worried?
I am worried.
What's worrying?
You know why I'm worried? What is in my mind?
Tell me, please.
I recall that the governor of Rivers State, His Excellency, Nare Fubara, when he visited, it was there he announced that Abua Odua Road from Ahoda Junction will be done this year, 2023, the year of our Lord. And this is the year. This is June. June is winding down. I'm sure they have closed voucher to work in government. And nothing has happened. And he kept telling them that it's his organ. Let him talk with his organ now and resolve this. The road from Abua Junction should be Douala to Abua Odua. The only refinery we have in this part is situated in Obele, which Obele and my community Oshuboko were all host community. So that 50 trucks on a good day fly through that route, carrying out products. What is the crime of fair people? That is where we come from. Let me remember now and let them do something so that road can be dualized. Then again, my life has not been given back to me.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind exactly as it is, Robin Maja. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Kingsley. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Please move away from your radio. It's interfering with the call.
You say what?
Move away from your radio. I can hear myself.
Okay, I'll move away from my radio.
Go on. I can still hear it though. I can still hear it.
Let me off the radio, sorry. I've off the radio.
Okay, go on. Go on.
What's on my mind? Really, I'm very sad this evening.
What's going on?
I went for a side walk.
Okay.
And I received a call from my son. I have 2 children. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That my daughter went and touched his pool. and the thing started shocking her. And adults were there, nobody was there. It shocked her so that she was pulling her teeth. Her mouths were open. Instead of this help her, they are videoing my daughter.
Oh no!
It was one small girl that used stick
and hit her.
And hit her. That she just, thank God, she has poo on her body, and these people will just videoing, waiting for my daughter to die. So I'm just.
That's very sad.
Lost my daughter.
But thank God that is she better now?
She's taking medication. She's feeling
okay.
She's poo on her body to show you that she's going.
That's terrible.
So that is what is on my mind. I'm not just.
I'm really sad. That's really, really sad. But thank God that you're not calling to say that you lost your child because of that. All right.
Yeah.
Please try to take care of her and make sure that she gets better. Okay. Pay attention now more than ever.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what's with this whole culture thing of making videos of people who are in danger? I think that's just one downside of the internet or social media, where you see something going on, someone is in need of help, someone is in danger or in trouble or dying or something. And the first thing that comes to our minds is to pick up our phones, open our cameras and start making videos and taking pictures. Just for what? For the internet. To post it out there, just to is it clout chasing? I'll call it now. Someone is dying, and instead of thinking of how to help or save or rescue the person, if you're in the power, if it's in your power to, the first thing you're thinking of is to make a video. How's that going to solve or help or change the situation? So what if that girl had died? Then all the people who were standing there or who were on standby watching and making videos, how would they feel? Like, how would they feel knowing that they could have helped, but they didn't, and they chose to become content creators all of a sudden? It's really terrible. It's a crazy way to live. If you are seeing something happening and you can help, or someone is drowning, you take your phone and make a video of a drowning person. If you can swim and you have a lifeguard or something, you have a floater on, you can help the person. Why not going to help the person? Making a video, how is that going to change anything or make it better? Everyone wants to be a content creator or a blogger at this point, using people's life experiences and circumstances. It's really terrible. The terrible thing to do. Yeah, it is. Keep your calls coming in. Thankfully that the child did not die, so that's a little relief and comfort. 08109510951. What's on your mind this evening? What's on your mind today? What has been on your mind all day up until this evening, or all week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Yeah, call in to tell us. It could be something that you're feeling right now, or you felt earlier in the day. You just want to let it out and, say it as it is. You have the floor now. Yeah, 08109510951. That's for calls. You want to send a message, or you prefer to send a WhatsApp message or voice note? You can also do that. You have it 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome. All right.
Yes. What's on my mind? I've been saying it's different for her. See, where Nigeria is going, not only in security, of course, majorly, and other vices in the country. If Nigeria don't fight this hard drug or the drug barrels or whatever they call it, it is all over us. It's not only India. I am calling you from Arabia. Not to India.
Right.
But all the things that terrorism and all the rest of it. I'm telling you, in the next 5 to 10 years, what will be happening to us, we cannot tell. So, maybe this to any agency of the government, they do no more by fighting drug barons and the way our youth are taking this hard drug that is making them they go crazy or whatever. It will be worse than Afghanistan. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Sunday.
Go on.
What am I concerning somebody that tackled Davido because Davido wore those children clothes names wore a dress shirt that carried Davido's and then he's acting dressing as maybe. But I don't put you in confusion. I'm in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say is that somebody did tackle those bandits, turn his mind, mature human being, to tackle Davido because Davido wrote a name that need to do that social children are not longer in their families or with their parents. That's what I'm on.
All right. Okay. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Do I have a message here? There's a voice note. Now, I can't tell if this voice note is for what's on your mind because at the time it came in, I had not opened the phone lines. But I'll try to play it. Let's hear it. This message here says, what's on my mind is the killing of a Lagos driver by naval officers for colliding with their car. This is crazy, even when they're at fault. So the penalty for car collision is death. These military guys are fond of killing civilians for no reason. They act as if they are above the law. They think their uniform gives them the right to kill. This incident is rampant in Nigeria and government is quiet about it. Sometimes I wonder if Nigeria is qualified to be an independent nation. The level of crime and lawlessness are just horrible and unprecedented. Too much bloodshed in the land. Life worth nothing at all in Nigeria for Mr. Lucky. That's a very sad one. Can't even lie. Good evening, presenter. What's on my mind is the people of Odua community in Abo Odua is suffering because there's no road. Okay, this is actually eyewitness report that you're sharing right now. I mean, this thing, but it's also eyewitness report. It's council says as eyewitness report. He said there's no road, there's no light, there's no means of bringing out their farm produce. The government should try and help us from Isaiah Ephraim. Perfect for eyewitness report. But you probably sent it as what's on your mind. Let me play this voice note to be sure that
Abara, Michael Shima from Abba. Yeah, what is in my mind? Over the news I heard about South Africa, I started imagining in those days while I was in primary school in the 80s, we were made to contribute some money to support the South African people during their apartheid. And there are a lot of support from Nigerian professionals to help them to build their economy. But now, looking at our country, how our economy is collapsing, everything is not improving. Look at Ghana. I started wondering what is really happening to our country. Nobody wants to talk about how Nigeria will be rebuilt with all these big resources, natural resources, petroleum, and others. I pray that someday somebody will just rise and do the needful so that this our country will indeed be the giant of Africa as we normally acclaim. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's get back to calls. 08109510951. That's the number to call to say what is on your mind tonight. I'm trying to take this call. What's going on with this? Okay. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rima. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Ken. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Ken, what's on your mind?
You see, what's on my mind is I don't know if you know Emenike or Keja Street where they sell electrical parts.
Heard of it?
From there to what they call it, fruit garden. Yeah.
All right.
That road is very, very terrible.
Do you
I
know
wonder
this thing you're
why
saying now is
when
eyewitness reports?
Sorry?
Do you know this thing you're saying right now is eyewitness reports?
Okay. Very
Yes,
well
it
then.
is.
Okay, let
It's
me
a
check.
report of
Okay,
something
now,
happening.
like
Yeah.
like what the other man said about people videoing. I don't know the kind of culture have come into Nigeria these days
Yeah.
now. Save somebody you're videoing. It's very bad. I like the way you emphasize much on it. It's very bad. Somebody is dying and you're videoing instead of saving life. And the man, thank God for the ending of the story
Yeah,
that it
thank
wasn't
God it
about death.
wasn't
The
death.
man survived and stuff like that. But it's a very bad culture. I keep on praising Today FM and your stations that give people opportunity to, express their minds, because what the government is doing to the people, I don't understand. The video warned that on the 11th, nobody should blame him on what he's going to do. And on the 11th, he showcased the word. Hence, the Nigerian government will not listen. Like when we were younger, my mother used to tell us, if she talks in the house and we don't hear, she'll come out and shout it. Yes, so that everybody will know and you feel ashamed. Hence, the Nigerian government cannot contain what is happening here. Then the whole world will hear it. Yes.
All right.
Because it's
Thank
beyond
you.
them and they don't want to own up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Keep your calls coming in. It's still what's on your mind on this dial today 95.1 FM. I'm taking calls, I'm taking orders, and the others are your calls. Hello, good evening. Hello, I'm taking your call. Go on, please. Why did the call drop though? You dialed the number and you forgot that you dialed the number, or you were not ready to talk. Please dial again. I really want to hear what's on your mind, okay? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Dixon calling from Uniport.
What's on your mind, Dixon?
Yes, what is on my mind is about the way our judiciary, Justice Milik and Justice Omotosha and all, they're using themselves to disgrace the country in the way they pass justice and everything they're doing, disgracing the law profession is wrong. We wish our judges to do well, both our professors that are busy rigging election for APC and our coppers that are busy rigging election for APC. Everybody should desist and do the right thing in our country, Nigeria. If you look now in Rivers State, they sent back the INEC chairman that rigged election 2023 for Tinubu to come and rig for 2027 again. So we urge all Rivers people to rise up and fight against this injustice. That man must go back. Because he's here to rig election for Tinubu, not for any other business, just to rig for APC. The all Rivers State individuals should rise up against him and fight against injustice in our country, Nigeria. And let's queue up behind Atiku Abubakar to vote out Tinubu come 2027.
This is not a campaign, though. This is what's on your mind, all right?
I know. That's what is on my mind. So I prefer Atiku than any other person.
All right,
so if
thank you.
Atiku enter there, the South will benefit more than even the North.
All
now
right,
that we are having a Southern president, are we enjoying anything?
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Hello, good evening. Hello. Yes, I've taken your call. I don't know why the call keeps dropping. Maybe it's your network. So when you dial and you are not, you can't hear me, you probably just move to a place where you get better connectivity, because I can hear you loud and clear. All right. Hello, good evening. Okay. All right. 0810-951-0951. What's on your mind tonight? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Go on, please. What's on your mind?
My name is Tokian. That they call it from Abuja.
All right. What's on your mind?
Yes. The people of now, when you reach for election, people of Adada, then they try their own. But for them to receive things from government, na tug of war. No roads to Adada. The road which is the manage the bishop, the way just end up, people just suffer. When they carry food, all their food go spoil fish when they dey fall for ground. Then the solar light, they no one give other people. Waiting other do. Abi, other people, if they don't commit offense, let them talk now. So the chairman of a board will make him do something. Now we all are vote down. Not the only power he takes to down there. Thank you.
All
Talk your
right.
mind from other.
All right. This your talk your mind is eyewitness report. Though. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, Michael Chima from above.
All right, what's on your mind, Chima?
Yeah, I was thinking, this insecurity is increasing. It's like our government, the government has lost it. They have lost idea how to combat. I can remember the time of Goodluck Jonathan. He took some machineries from outside country to fight, and they were making progress. What is holding the country from inviting machinery to help to combat or military are being compromised? This thing is very low.
All right.
Here, other states, other places, we are hearing about all this panic.
Yeah.
Let God help Nigeria.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hello, good evening.
Hello, my name is Elishuku.
All right. Go on, please.
All right, please, I want to ask this woman, the woman which bring back our girls, hashtag bring our girls. That's a question, something like that. I think Obi is a question, something like that.
What happened?
Is she not aware that our children now is in the bush for over 1 month?
Okay.
Why is it that when it comes for people in this Southeast people, Nigeria will wake up in mass and protest and do everything? Now, if the same thing happen with people the other side, nobody will hear those our so-called people. I don't understand. Doesn't mean that the woman is she dead or she hasn't? She's not aware of what's happening in this country over since this APC enters this in Asarok.
Okay. All right.
I don't what's happening in this country.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Hello, good evening.
Evening, Rona. How are you?
I'm very well, Lou. Thank you.
Rona, what's in my mind? This is Dikin Amewule calling from Omagwa.
Okay, go on.
What's in my mind is that if God will help through this election, America will come and deliver Nigeria like what they did to Iran. I will be happy. Yes, sir.
You think that's how it will work?
The suffering is too much.
Okay. 0810-951-0951. I'm still taking calls. I'm still taking messages. WhatsApp message or regular text message, whichever you prefer. I'm on seat to take all of them. Good evening, beautiful presenter. What's on my mind is that Nigeria government should give death penalty to the following crimes if Nigeria must be developed: kidnapping, rape, stealing government money, collecting bribe, corruption. Okay, from Dr. Prince Nelson. Pour your messages in. Yeah, pour them in. Keep your calls coming. 0810-951-0951.
car up. So we asked them why. They say there's a call. Hello, can you hear me?
Very well.
Yeah, they say she just received call about 2 hours ago that there's a number that called her. She said, no, I don't know that person. That person is just my customer. She come here to buy stockfish and go. I don't know where she stay. I don't know anything about her. They say no.
Okay.
They bundled this woman, put inside their vehicle, and took it to the office to go and answer questions. So now, if this was not thinking, if DSS can track a call, they are looking for somebody, but they track the call that called the person and come to my trade market in front of us and bundle the woman away to their office to come and answer some questions. Why can't they to track these bandits and these Boko boys and pick them up? It's as simple as that. Or they don't want to tell us what is happening. Thank you.
All right.
That is what I'm just thinking. Whether I should help them track. Should I help them track? I can help them to track.
Okay.
If they cannot track.
Okay. All
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, what is in my mind? This is Akoli Chekwen for Patakol.
Okay.
What is their mind is about our politicians. Since they are not politicians elsewhere, can't they go and look for something they're doing, like learning handwork? Like Nigeria are lacking a lot of handwork. We need mechanic, we need plumbing, we need those people that fix up POP and other things. They should go and activate themselves in any skill so that this country will also improve. Thank you very much.
Right.
Not only by asking people to go for skill. Can't they also go for skill? Can't they learn 1 or 2 skills to improve this country? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. 08109510951. Let's check if we have messages on here. Okay, let's take this call while we do that. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is Koko from Rumola.
All right, go on.
Now, in Togo and Benin, they make it, their government make it compulsory. Well, once you are 18, you must have a skill. In fact, not even 18, from 12 to 13 upward, you must have a skill. And that is why if you check around all the building construction in Port Harcourt and in Lagos, you see them doing tiling, doing screeding, doing POP, whatever that has to do with work. They are in Port Harcourt full. Go to any site or ask anybody. But our own government, they don't care about the youths. It's only when it's time for election, they say, okay, call them, let them sing Chamu, Chamu, Chamu. So our government is not helping. Thank you. That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay. We're wrapping up shortly. Yeah, pretty shortly.
In a very wonderful time and season that we are in, and a lot of persons are complaining because of economic issues and struggles. It's important for you to understand that you see, the difference between you and the success you're looking at for can just be a piece of information that separates you from that reality, as well as possibly the right person, you know. People say it is not working. You know, when something is not working, you should investigate to understand why it's not working. Basically, the reason why it's not working is simply you possibly do not know how, the steps and principles on how to apply for that, for it to really work. Okay, I'm inviting you for a very important program, and this program is called Kingdom Capital Project. As a way of giving back to the society, our company Trade to Retire a company that is given to training people in forex and the financial markets. That's what we do. And we've been operating, and by God's grace, we've trained hundreds and thousands of students who are trading today. And we will be inviting you for an amazing program, on the 18th and on the 19th and on the 20th of the month of June. And I want you to be there, on the 18th, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, it'll be nice to have you come for that program. And it's a program designed to teach you Forex, to teach you how to trade, teach you the importance and things to learn. And most importantly, you want to connect with traders. You want to connect with friends. You want to connect with people that know how to do. Let me tell you something. Somebody say, oh, give me your money. I will trade for you. And maybe you have been a victim of all these things. But do you know these are things you can actually learn for yourself and know how to do this thing? Because you actually been trading all these days. Each time you do some transaction, somebody gives you $1 or $2 bill, you go to media bookie to change it. What have you been doing? That same thing. So this is a golden opportunity for you. All you need to do is simple. Text the word YES. Text the word YES to gain entrance to that program. It's going to be very powerful on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of the month of June 2026. Text the word YES to 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. Just text the word yes to that particular number, and by God's grace, you will be sent a message, so you'll be there in the program. Where is this program happening? It's going to be happening at the Trade to Retire Training Executive Office, and that is at Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, on the 18th, 19th, and the 20th. All you need to do to be in that program is simple. Text the word yes now to that number, 0916 1419 928. Somebody's asking, but if I don't know anything about Forex, can I come? Of course you can come. So the whole journey starts one day. Do you get what I'm saying? The whole journey starts one day. And we'll have an amazing trainer, Mr. Prince. Oh goodness, such an amazing young man who has trained a lot of persons and is doing very well for himself. We have Mr. Bishop, and so on and so forth. They are simply amazing. So be there on the 18th Thursday, on the 19th Friday, and on the 20th Saturday at the Trade to Retire Office, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road. How do I go there? Simple. Text the name. Text the word yes to this number, 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. And this program is free. Did you hear me? It is absolutely free. What's the time of the program? You better find your way to be there. We have a morning session, we have an evening session. So my best for you is that just text in your name, and they will reach out to you to tell you how to get about it. The program starts exactly by 9 a.m. People start entering by 8 o'clock in the morning. So people registration begins 8 o'clock in the morning. So by 9, training begins. So make sure you are there for the last time now. Text the name. If you want to learn Forex, you want to connect with Forex traders, you belong into that community, you love Forex, just text YES to this number, 0916 1419 928. It is time for you to be successful. Trust God, believe it. And I tell you, the Kingdom Capital Project is a Christian initiative helping you to build your financial freedom and economy. God bless you. Thank you.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Daddy, so you insist on doing what you want to do. Ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ tinú ẹ̀ ló máa ṣe lọ láti wá?
Daddy, mo ń lọ. Daddy, I'm going to the city.
You children of nowadays, you are too much in a hurry. Be patient. Be patient.
Daddy, I've heard what you have to say,
But I have to do what is in my heart.
Daddy, mo ń lọ.
Alright. Let me tell you. Daddy,
sir,
you are on your own.
Woke up one Sunday morning, told my daddy I'm leaving home.
All right, Pray For Me by Dari, because at this point, we all need prayers. You and I, everyone, pray for me while I pray for you. Welcome to Area Talk. My name is Rona Agbara, still on this dial today, 95.1 FM, your talk station, right? And today we'll be talking about something that happened in Port Harcourt yesterday. Yeah. Because a bit of a concern, we see that happen a lot In fact, in Nigeria, it is a thing. Whilst it is illegal, so many people are ignorant. Would I say they are ignorant or they just don't care? Because I would not want to believe that there's anyone today that doesn't know that jungle justice is illegal. Yeah, jungle justice is illegal. While someone is caught, so someone may have been caught doing something wrong, committed a crime, did something that was called red-handed in the act, but it still doesn't make jungle justice right. And there's so much anger and tension. Oh, the crowd, the people, the community, or people on the streets, mob want to attack the person. This person did this thing. Oh, this person was caught in the act. Oh, let's just pounce on the person. Bring tire, bring fuel, bring cane, bring stick, bring machete, bring everything. Let's pounce on this person. This person is really a criminal, committed a crime, an offense. While there's that so much tension, you should also remember that jungle justice is a crime. And the intensity of the crime the person commits sometimes triggers people to want to act in the spur of the moment. This thing, if we don't act now, we're not going to really get the justice that we deserve, or the person who is the victim of this act may not get the justice that he or she deserves. So operatives of the Nkpolu Police Division of River State Police Command have rescued one Uchechukwu Ebuka, an alleged accomplice in a fraud scheme from a mob attack at Bishop Okoye Street, Market Mile 3, Jebu, Port Harcourt. The incident reportedly resulted in the loss of 3 bags of rice belonging to a trader simply identified as Chinedu. An eyewitness, Nwamboise Tassi, who confirmed the incident to Today FM's correspondent, said that 2 men came to the shop and requested 3 bags of rice, prompting the seller to bring out the bags for them. Right? According to him, one of the men volunteered to take the bags of rice away and promised to return with the money while his colleague remained behind. He said after leaving with the bags of rice, his colleague attempted to sneak out of the shop, which led to the owner of the shop to become suspicious and apprehended him and alerted members of the public. While being held, some individuals attempted to mob up Ebuka, but it took the intervention of officers from the Mile 3 Nkpolu Police Division to rescue him and thereafter take him to the police station. Confirming the incident, the public relations officer of the River State Police Command, Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP Agabe Blessing Kabolo, reiterated the command's warning against mob attacks and jungle justice. ASP Kabolo Blessing urged residents to desist from taking the law into their own hands by attacking suspected criminals, stressing that jungle justice has no place under the law and will not be tolerated under any guise. The police spokesperson further warned that perpetrators of mob action and jungle justice, when apprehended, would face the full weight of the law. So, this is what happened, right, in Port Harcourt. So let me try to paint a scenario or give a visual representation of this thing that happened, right? So some men came to Bishop Okoye Street to buy bags of rice, right? They came to buy bags of rice from a seller. And so they told the seller to bring the bags of rice. They told the man to bring bags of rice, that they want to buy 3 bags of rice. So the trader, identified as Chinedu, goes into his shop to bring the bags of rice, okay? And as he brings the bags of rice to the 2 men who wants to buy, in his mind, I've seen customer now that wants to buy bag of rice. Okay, see the bags of rice. So the 2 men who came to buy the rice, one of them now said, of course, they requested for 3 bags. So the seller brought out the 3 bags for them. So one of the men said, let me take the rice away. You know, maybe they came with a car or something, but it was not really stated. But one of the men out of the 2 said, let me take the bag of rice away. As I'm coming back, okay, the bag, let me carry the bag and go and drop it. As I'm coming back, I will bring the money. Okay? So, of course, the man was not suspecting anything. He didn't think that it was suspicious. Of course, that they want to carry the bag, the heavy bags of rice to keep and bring money, maybe from their car or their vehicle, whatever. And so he allowed it. So after leaving with the bags of rice, one of them, carried the bags of rice and left. He did not come back with money. He didn't come back with money. And the other man that was in the shop with the trader was trying to sneak out of the shop. So it was at that point that the owner of the shop, the trader, realized that this thing is looking suspicious. He became suspicious at this point where the person who took the bag of rice to go bring money did not come back to bring money. They have carried the bags of rice. Then the other person who came with him in the shop was trying to sneak out, escape or some way. That's when he realized that, okay, these people, they're trying to dupe me, or, this is a fraud action. And then he alerted members of the public, that kind of thing, like trying to call everyone around. People came into my shop to buy rice, this person is sneaking out, the other person didn't come back. He alerted members of the public to what was happening. I'm sure other store owners and people around, other traders around. So they held the man that was trying to sneak out, which is who was identified as Uchechukwu Ebuka. They held him down. Other people who were alerted, they held him down. So, in the process of trying to hold him, and the mob attacked, some individuals attempted to, attack him, and it took the intervention of the officers from that Mile 3 Nkpolu division to rescue the Ebuka. Now, I'm not saying now that that fraud attempt that they wanted to do is right, but at that point where all the other people who were alerted, if they were allowed to pounce on this Ebuka who was trying to sneak out, you cannot predict the outcome, can you? You cannot predict how it will end in an attempt to want to bring justice or recover the bags of rice or try to rewrite the wrong of this person, the mob, you cannot tell how far they would go in trying to do that. So some of them may carry very serious weapons, cutlasses, hills, planks, wood, canes, sticks, whatever, trying to, beat the person. Oh, thief, that kind of thing. You cannot tell or predict how it will turn out. If it turns out that they attack this person in that mob action and the Ebuka dies, the story has changed. The story has changed. At that point, it has changed because it now becomes a murder case. Oh, they were trying to steal from the trader and the mob attacked and they did this jungle justice thing. At that point, they've turned the story around. Yeah, it's now a different story. And that's why jungle justice is not really advisable. But some people have experienced they've witnessed jungle justice happen. Maybe a thief was caught in a street and people in the area just say, oh, come, everyone just comes out with different things in their hands, beating the person, trying to, do a lot of things to the person. If in that process they mar that person or maim the person, maybe the person did not die, he survived the mob attack, they're also guilty of something. In an attempt to bring justice or in an attempt to salvage the situation, you may be causing more harm. Or someone was caught in what other instances can I give now apart from stealing? The person was trying to kidnap someone from the house and the mob and everyone in the street attacks, trying to rescue the person. But they can actually rescue the person without pouncing on the other person to death. Right? And then they should also involve the authorities, involve the police, inform them that something is going on here. Or maybe someone was caught in an attempt to rape someone and they tried and they successfully, rescued the person who was the victim or who the other person tried to rape. There's this tension and this person is a rape. This person is a rapist. Okay, people are trying to pounce on that person, do a lot of things to the person to show that this thing you did is so wrong. Whilst the thing the person did is wrong, but does it make jungle justice right? Where they say two wrongs cannot make it right. This person did something wrong. The street people, the mob, are doing something wrong too. So that makes two wrong. So both of them now, who would you say, is there any right in it at this point? So the police, River State Police Command, Assistant Superintendent, has said that jungle justice is a crime and has given serious warning. So if you have ever been a part of people who perpetrate jungle justice because you want to take laws into your hands or you want to bring justice on your own terms, you should actually desist from it, because if you're caught, you will just have to face the penalty for jungle justice. Because also, we should also know that there are people who have, innocent people who have died from jungle justice because the crowd were not listening. They did not, find out the truth. They just heard an alarm. Someone just raised an alarm and said, come on, somebody is doing this or thief. People don't even want to find out properly. Is this true? Is this the real alarm or a false alarm? And they just pounce on the person. And while they pounce on the person and do everything that they do to that person, and after that, maybe the person had passed or, is unconscious or is dead, then the truth comes out that, this was not the person I was talking to. Because, at the point where everyone is gathering someone and hitting and beating and shouting and screaming, you cannot really become to hear what is really going on. So you may actually be hitting the wrong person or pouncing on the wrong person, while the one who actually did the thing just looked for a way to escape through the crowd. That's, one of the disadvantage of trying to, just take laws into your hands and try to bring justice by yourself. Now, some other persons may argue that, this jungle justice thing, if we decide to follow due process and, report to the police, how are we sure that victims of this thing or the victim will get justice? How are we sure that the proper process or the due process will get justice to be served, or, will get what we deserve? But while we also know that that's a concern and a valid concern, it still doesn't make jungle justice any right. But of course, I know that you have opinions about it when it comes to that. So it was just yesterday that a case happened to how that a woman was accused of child trafficking, but it turned out that she wasn't, and she narrowly escaped a mob attack. Also, she could have died from that if not that they eventually found out that she wasn't, a child trafficker at that point. But yeah, basically, jungle justice is like mob justice or street justice. And there are some areas or communities or streets or places where they don't want to hear. All you just need to do is raise an alarm. The moment you scream something that they think they heard is true, they have sung into action. At that point, no one wants to hear, are you sure? Are you not sure? Is this person do this thing? Is this person guilty of this? Has it been proven that this person is actually guilty? What do we do? No one wants to listen. At that point, everyone is just swinging into action. Hit, beats, slap, hit, and all of that thing. When a group of people take law into their own hands and punish someone accused of a crime without legal trial, without due process, that's jungle justice. A crowd accuses someone of theft or blasphemy, of kidnapping or witchcraft or something, everyone pounces on the person. They skip the process of taking the person to the police, reporting to the police, taking the person to court, ensuring that, the process is followed. But instead, they decide to deliver justice themselves, casting the stones themselves. And you cannot tell the end result of such justice. Some people burn people alive in this mob justice or jungle justice thing. Some people kill people, torture people, humiliate people, beat people to stupor. Sometimes it may not be the case. It may be that person wasn't even guilty. It may be there was a suspicion. It may be there was a rumor without evidence that they heard. While I also know that there are people who really, the alarm was raised and it was a valid one, a real one, but shouldn't due process be followed? Shouldn't the person be, taken to the police, reported, rather than you wanting to do the serve justice on your own? Now, this trader who was defrauded of bags of rice by two men who came to his shop to buy rice in Bishop Okoye Street in Mile 3. Yes, indeed. They defrauded him. They collected bags of rice under the guise of, let's take the rice, we'll come back with the money. And one person was staying in the shop and he had the hopes or thought that, okay, the person waiting here, of course, this person, they'll bring the money. For the man to still be here, the other person here, of course. He had no idea that person was trying to escape. And turns out that person was really trying to escape. They were really trying to defraud him of 3 bags of rice. And he raised the alarm. Of course, normal instinct of something is going on, let me call for help. That's what he did. But the mob decided to attack on their own terms. What if the police had not intervened at the time they did? Does that mean that the thing those people did was right? Of course not. Does that make it right? No. Trying to steal? No, it's not right. But can you guarantee that the justice they were trying to do would be the legal way, or would be the valid way, or that's how they would recover the loss that the man has incurred? So the police intervened and they took the Ebuka, one of the men who came in to get the bags of rice. They rescued him and thereafter took him to the police station. My point really here is, what's your opinion on jungle justice? Do you think there are some crimes in your book that warrant or deserves jungle justice? That this particular thing, you don't need to take this thing to the police. This particular thing this person did is too much. We cannot wait for the police to intervene. We can't wait for this person to be taken to court. We cannot wait for this person to go through any process. This crime is too much for us to hold on. Our blood is hot, so we need to do what we need to do. Do you think there are issues that deserve, jungle justice should be served, even knowing fully well that you cannot really predict the outcome of such justices when it happens? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Jesse.
All right, go on.
As someone who has suffered or a victim of jungle justice,
yeah,
to date, I still have this phobia for crowd.
Okay.
What's called claustrophobia. Because all the time, that first scarcity, about 3 decades ago, so in Refinery Junction in Efron, went to buy fuel. And I was accused of stealing cheap liter of fuel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, before 3 minutes.
Before they could say Jack Robinson, they've attacked you.
I said, before 3 minutes, I wasn't seeing it. My eyes were completely blocked. No move from all corners. I have to be weeks away. It was later they found out the person who accused me was the one who actually moved the liter of fuel. I almost died.
That's crazy. That's really terrible.
Till date, I don't get close to anywhere that's crowd.
Well, yeah, because of that experience.
Because of that experience, I don't, first setting now, I'd rather pay money to anybody, go and get fuel down to go there. So, jungle justice is totally wrong, totally bad. No matter the crime you assume or you suspect the person, arrest the person, handle the person to the police.
All right. Okay.
That's the best thing to do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that experience. Really terrible. Hello, good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, this call should just... Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Sunday, calling from Takot.
All right, go on, please.
Is it really true that those people went away with the bag of
one
rice?
of the person carried the bag of rice. The other one was waiting in the shop, and the man didn't come back to pay the money. So the other person was trying to sneak out of the shop.
Okay, if truly that they went, one of them went away with the bag of rice. What will happen to the owner of that shop? Maybe, and assume Nika start the business with loan. What will happen to him?
Okay, so what's your opinion on jungle justice? You think there are some things that you should just give justice as it happens there?
If it is true,
yeah.
If it is true, anything can happen.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. A lot of opinions, I guess. Hello, good evening. 08109510951. What's your opinion on jungle justice? Do you think there's some things that warrants or it deserves that the crowd just, do it there as it's hot? Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you, Rona.
Welcome, Reverend Maja.
Bluntly, jungle justice is wrong. But come to think of it, Rona.
Yeah.
I think we ought not to have this discussion in isolation of the crime that has been committed.
Of course.
Rather, what I ought to hear is that the police, who now
home of World Cup 2026. And it's not just because of one-up, bet boom, and bet freeze. Build your betting streak and win big with our 50 million naira goal. Bet Niger, we are the home of World Cup 2026. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, apologies, Maja, for that interruption. That commercial just had to go. But please try to redial so that you can complete your opinion on the matter. All right, appreciate it. Hello, good evening.
Yes, Rona, not to worry. I'm back with you.
All right, go on.
Yes. I think that we should not have the discussion in isolation. The Ebuka that has been rescued by the Nigerian police now is now enjoying comfort of police security.
Do you think it's a great comfort?
Why not the police go with him to the house of his colleague? This story would have been better.
Okay.
Put him on chain, handcuff, leg chain, then he takes them to the house of his friend who was there with him to come and commit that crime. Now we're discussing about jungle justice. Police have rescued him. Then the owner of the shop...
Not like rescued him and taking him back to his house now.
That's what I'm saying. That the papers now is sneezing as we speak. I think that you people should help us, do us a favor, follow up the police.
Okay.
Let us hear within the next 24 hours.
The outcome
police
of that matter.
And then the other culprit.
Okay.
Because see, before I drop Rona, let me tell you. Since 1999, the successive governors of the various states of Nigeria are part of the problem of our society. How do I mean? They have all failed to sign death warrant of condemned criminals, apart from Adam Shimole who did it. None of them, till today. Go to our prison here, they have changed the name to correction center. Murderers that have been sentenced to death by hanging, they are out there. How will society grow when deviants are not corrected according to the law? God bless you, Rona.
All right. Thank you. Now, we're not talking about jungle justice in isolation of a crime. Of course, they did something. They defrauded someone of his property or his business or his money. Yeah. But the point is, in a bid to ensure that the man recovers what he lost, if we resort to jungle justice, don't you think that you cannot predict the outcome of that?
You are consuming my money now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. Taking that call at that point. Apologies.
Regional, I call from Kebuchi.
All right. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. The reason why I condemn jungle justice is that innocent persons may lose his or her own life.
Yeah.
But I must say here that the security agencies, the police, are not also helping. Because at the end of the day, they came and they rescued.
All right. You didn't get to complete your thought. Maybe you try to dial again to finish up what you were saying. I appreciate that. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good evening, my sister.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
I'm coming from Aleku in Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like the Maja, the farmer court.
Yeah.
Why we condemn jungle justice?
Okay.
Can a criminal be an armed robber? The answer is yes. Can an armed robber become a criminal? The answer is yes. Can a criminal be a petty thief? The answer is yes. Can an armed robber also become a petty thief? The answer is yes. What must be, must be. Just like he stated that the Mr. Ebuka here has even put food on the table of the Nigerian police. And that is not about the truth. Look, this crime was planned, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it was a smart plan.
Okay.
Supposing that man was not in the Matri Park there to have come for the rescue of Ebuka, we would have been discussing the death of Mr. Ebuka.
It's possible.
Isn't it?
It's possible.
Now, if Mr. Ebuka does he listen to radio stations? If no, is this on social media? If yes or no, is Ebuka not existing in this current society in Nigeria?
Okay.
Is Ebuka ignorant of the fact that Nigerians are not surviving on the policies rolled out by the Nigerian government or River State government?
All right.
Nigerians are surviving on their own hard and sweat.
All right. So, in essence, what you're saying is...
Presenter, if you enter Bishop Okoye Street there...
Yeah.
You cannot even navigate through Bishop Okoye Street there.
Okay.
People are suffering.
All right.
So, we are against jungle justice.
Okay.
But I have... About a lady has come to call me, whose husband works in customary court in River State.
Yeah.
He said my husband has been shot by armed robbers. And when I saw the man lying down with bullets all over his chest,
oh my
the lady cried for 1 month.
Of contrasting opinions and thoughts. While some people have the opinion that, jungle justice, of course, it is illegal, right? But some people have the opinion that it may just be a way to make criminals get away with their crime. Oh, if we say no, it should never happen. Jungle justice, no, we frown at it. Well, some people may just bank on that no matter what I do, it's a crime for the streets to gather and beat me up or attack me. So I may just get away with it. If the police don't come on time, I may just escape because, of course, no one wants to get involved in this jungle justice thing, and it escalates to death, and then they become a suspect of murder case. But then there's also the opinion that some people have actually been victims of jungle justice who were innocent. There have been people who the moment an alarm was raised, they were not really the victims. The culprits rather. When there's a cry for help, come and see or something. When a crowd attacks, you may not really be sure who the person is. Whoever the crowd picks, that's who everyone attacks. So what if the crowd comes in and they're pointing at someone and someone else is being beaten? In that situation, the real culprit might actually escape and a victim or someone innocent will just take the fall for it. So that's why, jungle justice, no one really cares to find out the real thing. And even if they find out that this is actually the person who committed this thing, can you tell the extent that jungle justice will go or will get to? Oh, the intention might not be to kill the person. The intention might just be, maybe to teach the person a small lesson, in quotes. Teach you a small lesson before the police come for you. In teaching that small lesson, you can't tell how much people would go to teach the lesson. Some people say, I just want to teach a small lesson and hit the person with a plank on his head and he starts bleeding to death. Some persons say, just teach a small lesson and then they pour small fuel on the person and put fire and the person is burnt alive. Some persons say, this thing that you did is so bad, we're just going to do you something before the police comes, and they break the person's leg or neck. So while we know that there are a lot of things that happen that, of course, justice should be served, but do you think that jungle justice is actually the way to go? And then when the police intervenes and they rescue this person, it's not like they're rescuing him to go back to his house and be safe, or go back to his house and continue living his life, or they rescued him because he didn't commit a crime or he didn't do something wrong or he didn't try to steal and defraud someone. No, they rescued him because they're trying to prevent justice gone wrong. The mob who attacks the person now, if they had successfully attacked him and he dies in the process, do you think they will not run away? The people who attacked in that crowd, that mob justice thing, if it happens and it results in death, everyone will find their way and run away. And at that point, the man who raised the alarm, who called for the help, will become prime suspect. At that point, you have entered another thing that you did not plan for, or you experienced a loss, and then you're also in another situation that you didn't call for. That's just the essence of this whole jungle justice thing. And let's be honest, right? It is illegal. It's also a violation to fundamental human rights. Emotions run high and people are like, please, this thing is too bad that this person did. We cannot calm down. We can't be calm. We can't keep calm. We can't wait for justice. We can't wait for the police. We can't wait for the person to be taken to court. Let's do something now to show how angry we are. But you still have to control your emotions as it stands, so it doesn't become from one case to another. You're talking about theft and then murder enters the picture. You get it. But then I also want to know what you think entirely about jungle justice, your opinion about it. Do you think it's not? What do you think about it, basically? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
I see this matter. This matter is a very big matter, but we are looking at it as a simple matter.
Okay.
Jungle justice and not jungle justice. When police, as those that the Ebuka the police net, police we negotiate with Ebuka and leave him, and the Ebuka and the gang will continue.
But are we so sure that is what will happen, or it's just because we think?
No, that is what we all of us know that is happening in this country.
So everyone who is rescued from mob attack, they are always...
They are more than this. They will leave him. In fact, coming and some months now, they will leave him. And they will start where they stop. And they will start get more gang, separating themselves. So that's why this jungle justice, even me, I prefer. Because let me give you an example. One guy will carry us, then they two, Baba, go kill one guy, collect him back, collect him phone. After everything, later, they get the two of them. They kill them Wednesday and the Thursday. They kill them there because you kill that one. So that the more no go come out. Some people will travel to Aba on Wednesday and Thursday, Friday, see those two men. And so that is their own chapter don't close. They close somebody's chapter. So that is it.
Okay.
So that's what I have to do. They will start separating themselves. Gang more.
Okay.
Thank you.
08109510951. What's your opinion? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
Yes, this matter is a very sensitive matter.
Right.
This matter is a very, to me.
Okay.
When that man speaking to police, and the belief police will leave him. The owner of that right will not be there in that station when it will really happen. It's a very sensitive matter. That is my speech.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. 08109510951. We're looking at it like from every angle, from different perspectives. That's why I want to take as many opinions as possible, right? There are just different sides to it. Now, I wouldn't want to say is there an advantage in it? Is there the good side or positive side of jungle justice? Because more often than not, the way it happens and the way it turns out, it doesn't always end well. Most of the times. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please. Go on.
Yeah, my name is Christian.
Go on, Christian.
Please, I want to know if Ebuka has confessed to the crime.
We'll have to do like a follow-up development on it, but this is what happened today.
Okay.
Yeah.
The issue is that the possibility of Ebuka not knowing that
but he
that
came with the man, Joe. So
does he know the man?
They came to buy bags of rice together from the shop.
Okay, maybe possibly he did not know
that one had the plan to
yes.
leave and not come back.
Yes, because that same thing has happened in our office. So
someone came with someone and he was not an accomplice.
Yes, he used another man at the house to buy phone and deceived the man. The man was there telling the owner of the phone that the man was his brother.
Oh.
But the man doesn't even know him. So at the end of the day, he left with 3 phones. Then we heard the man.
Yeah.
So at the end, the man happened to pay the phone that he did not even know anything about. So people are just saying Ebuka might not know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your opinion. There's just a lot of sides to this news and this conversation. Basically, there are just a lot of angles to look at it from. There are people who have been victims of jungle justice who were innocent. And there are also people who were really, they actually committed that thing or they actually did that thing that they were accused of. But overall, is jungle justice the best approach to get recompense or to get justice for a crime? Because if we decide to say, well, it gets the work done or it gets the job done, does it really get the job done? Because the intention is to, maybe give justice to the person who was deceived, who was hurt, who was the victim. But to what extent? That's another thing. So see this case of a trader sells bags of rice. 2 men walk in and say they want to buy a bag of rice. He sells to them. One of them says, oh, let's take the bag of rice. Let me take it away and bring money. The other person, my guy, is staying there waiting. The trader did not suspect that, they're trying to play him 419. He didn't think that was it. At the point he started realizing was when the man who took the bags of rice didn't come back with any money. He didn't even come back. And then, the man who was in the store waiting was trying to sneak out of the shop. That's when he raised an alarm and said, he alerted other people, other traders, members of the public, and they all gathered. When they hear, come on, everyone just runs to see what is going on. And before they even say, let's understand properly what happened, whoever you point at becomes a suspect. And everyone decides to do whatever they deem fit to that person. But if it escalates to the point where the person dies, the people who did that justice thing to serve justice to the man who was defrauded, would they stand and say they were the ones who did it, or they'll run away? leaving the person who called for help to bear the cost alone. That's just it. And now, no one will say that they don't know that jungle justice is a crime, because we are saying it and it's a known thing. And then the Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP, has said that mob attacks and jungle justice is not the way to go. Anyone who is caught, will be apprehended. And when you're apprehended, you would face the full weight of the law. Because mob action, there are people who perpetrate this thing and say, let's do this thing. This crime is too much. Let's handle it on our own. When the person gets to the police station, they will not hear the matter again. That is also a concern. And I'm not saying it's a valid concern that sometimes people feel when we follow due process, we may not get the justice that we want or we deserve. But as much as that's a concern, should you now push it to the point where you do whatever you want or whatever you like? What's your opinion, basically? 08109510951. That's the number to call to share your opinion on the matter. We also know that this jungle justice thing, apart being illegal, it also violates human rights. Because at least the person who did this should be given a chance to explain, if I know or I do not know, or I'm an accomplice, I'm not an accomplice. Because just like the other caller said, it could be that you follow someone somewhere, the person had a different plan and they did what they did, leaving you there stranded, and then you have to take the fall for it. So what if I accompanied someone to go get something and I didn't know, I had no idea that the person was trying to defraud the owner, and he did what he did and left, leaving me there, and then everyone pounces on me. No one gives me the chance to say, wait, hold on. I'm not a part of this. I don't know what happened. I just found myself here. No one gives you that chance when it comes to jungle justice or mob justice. Everyone just, like this, from left, right, center. They are hitting you from every point. And now, even if I am an accomplice, at least I should explain my own side of the story. Yeah, and if really I'm found guilty by the law, I answer for it and I face the penalty for it. That's just like basically the whole idea. Hello, good evening.
I want to answer your question by saying whether Ibuka is aware of what is going on.
It's just an example.
Is he not among the people who come there?
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's innocent or not innocent. I'm just giving an example of.
Let me come. Why you want to sneak out?
Okay.
If you're not aware.
That's another thing.
I want somebody to answer me that question. Why Ebuka want to sneak out
if
he's not aware of what they are doing? It's like one-time people. And we see them, we see all of them, we see women, the ones where they carry belly, they will deceive innocent people. You will enter motor like say maybe they are all passenger, but all of them are together. But when you carry them, they will deny.
All right.
They will deny each other, yes. That's how they behave.
Okay.
That's how they behave. Ebuka is aware of what is going on. That is what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for your opinion. Keep your calls coming in. Let's wrap up. We'll wrap it up in 10 minutes, but I can still take calls and messages. 08109510951. That's the number to call to give your contribution to the matter, your opinion about this whole jungle justice thing. Because very common in Nigeria. In fact, should I even say Africa? But Nigeria especially, we have the habit of wanting to do things as it is hot. We don't try to calm down and actually see how this is and how it works and happens. We just want to, as your emotions are high, as the tension is high, oh yeah, what's the thing? What are we doing? What's the way forward? How are we handling it? Oh yeah, bring this one, bring that one. Everyone is trying to do this and do that, and no one is, holding back to hear or see or, Now, in a bid to serve justice, you may actually be committing a more serious crime than the one that person actually committed. And now the question of, is it depending on the person's offense that would determine if the person should get jungle justice or not? Or if the person stole Maggie from the market, is that a lesser offense? It's just Maggie and nobody should attack the person. They should just maybe hit the person one time and collect the Maggie. But if it's a case of serious armed robbery or real theft like this, or fraud or rape or any other serious kidnapping and every other, or like all other, the crime that we call the biggest ones, those ones should deserve, they warrant that people should pounce on them in the spur of the moment. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this jungle justice, there are, just as you have said, there are so many ways to it. I could remember when this scavenger get to my compound, stole my generator, and they caught him, and they called me. I came back. I hand him over to police. Even as we are taking him to police station, he's boasting that he will deal with me. I hand him over to police, write all the on whatever and left. The next day, I saw that same guy, and he was threatening me. By the time I jumped down from my car, he has given me some gap, and he ran away. So that is the problem. He was even telling us that he will call his brother. So that is, in fact, one of my neighbor wanted to mix cement for him. One of my neighbor wanted to mix cement for him and force him to drink. I said, let them not do it. Let me take him to police station. But the police did not do anything. The next day, I saw that same guy on my street. So that is why this thing people want to do it as it's on the spot.
All right, I get your point. All right, thank you. I did say that earlier while I was giving examples and instances that the concern of what if we allow this process, the due process in court to happen, how are we sure that justice will really be served? How are we sure that, when the person is arrested, taken to the police station, taken to court, is found guilty, serves the term for that, the punishment for that crime is given? How are we sure that really the person will serve that punishment and it will not be maneuvered and, something just happens behind closed doors and the person walks away scot-free? That's also a concern, right? Hello, good evening.
Rona, how many governors have signed death warrants of convicted, condemned criminals?
Okay.
Ask that question now. That one follow the due process now, has gone through the process of judiciary. And the person has been pronounced death by hanging.
And it's really...
Why is the governors not signing their death warrants now? That is why I'm saying we should not discuss this thing in isolation of the other side. We should balance it.
Okay.
Our society would have been saner than this if our leaders are doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Those who commit crime are the people enjoying the society. They are enjoying money. They are enjoying freedom. They enjoy security protection. That is the problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's, of course, there's also that part where you do a crime, you're convicted, you're sentenced. The guarantee of this person will really be sentenced and would be sentenced indeed is also there. Or this person has been sentenced to life imprisonment, or this person has been sentenced to death by hanging, or this person will really want to hear that indeed that thing was signed and the person, got that sentence and he really served it. But as much as we know that, the point still remains that two wrongs will not make it right. Because if you decide to take laws into your hands and say, this person did this thing, I will do whatever I want to this person, it will turn around. And if it turns around to you now becoming a criminal because you're trying to give justice, what would now be the case? Nobody wants that for themselves. Oh, I'm trying to help my neighbor who was robbed, so I would now... someone was trying to break into my neighbor's house, an example now. Let's say someone was trying to break into my neighbor's house through the window or, to steal their phone, and the person shouts, oh, come on. We now finally see the person that was trying to steal that phone, and it says, oh, we hit the person who did this, and the person dies. Or maybe I was the one who masterminded it or perpetrated the mob justice thing, and the person dies. Everyone will run away, Sha. That part where I will not become the main person who committed that thing. At that point, there's the stealing part. There's also the who kills this person part. And I will not have to answer for it. At that point, everything has turned around. And we know how it is. When it gets to that point, everyone is trying to hide their head. So that's the whole idea of this whole jungle justice thing. It's not really the way to go. It's not really the way to go. I don't know if I can take one more call to wrap it up, but time is fast spent. We have eyewitness report by 8, and So we're wrapping up here. Maybe if I get one more call, I will just wrap up with that one. 0810 9510 951.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Uncle Suru, I'm off to Surulere. They say if I need
I don't know where the starting point is, but I was made to understand by his own speech when he visited that troublesome area, Boro Pit. He told us indeed, Nigerians and the world, the economic importance of that road from Eleme Junction to Eche. That the road connects two states, Abia State and Imo State. He said so with his mouth. So what is going on? The contractor who managed to patch the road started somewhere around Trinity Garden or Estate, did not get up to Eleme Junction. The whole of that area is porous, gullies. And again, I observed, day before today, I was riding through from Eche to Port Harcourt, through that axis. I discovered that they are putting precast base on ground for solar lamps. In some places where I saw the space between the already existing pole and they are burying the precast base is just about 2-3 feet apart from each. And I saw a vehicle with a banner.
All right.
River State government lighting up the streets.
Okay.
Do better now. State government, do better now. Take the light to areas where there's no light.
Yeah.
And do the road.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive report. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. What's your report?
Yeah, this is Mama.
Okay.
Calling from Beche.
All right.
You see, my area report is that the 5,000 recruitment ongoing in River State is not transparent.
The teachers?
It's very unfortunate that Dr. Peter Wango, Commissioner of Education, is not responsible for his responsibilities. How can you disqualify someone who said the education? You disqualified him. You disqualified him. No test has been given to them. No contact point. And the River State indigenous. How can you disqualify some people like that? Just like that, you disqualify people who apply online. No test has been given to them. No exam. You went ahead and disqualify them. You arrive on air that those who saw the education should apply. They apply, you disqualify them.
So there are some people who were not considered.
Sorry?
There are some people who were not considered.
Many people, even I applied. I
by merit.
People.
Oh, you applied? Oh, okay.
Yes, I believe that the incoming government will dissolve this exercise because it's so well transparent.
Okay.
The incoming government will dissolve this exercise.
But has it been concluded?
Sorry?
Has the process been concluded? There are no more enlisting people or taking tests or exams?
That is ongoing, very seriously ongoing.
Oh, okay.
Which is very fortunate. The Commission of Education is not responsible for his responsibility, which is very fortunate. He has failed the tell people. So, it's just what given to you. You should resign immediately. The incoming governor, make sure that this society is dissolved. That's all. I remember the man. It's unfortunate for the Peter one.
All right, thank you for sharing that report. All right, that's a valid concern too. Hello, good evening. Hello, I've taken your call. Go on. Yes, please. Hello. The network is terrible. I can't hear a thing you're saying, though. Can you redial? I can't hear you. So please dial again. So you don't waste your airtime and I can't hear anything. All right. Okay, you sent a message and you already said it on the call. Okay. Hello, good evening. Yes, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. So my name is Coco from Rumola.
All right.
I went to GRA Junction. The gangsters and the boys are there smoking, selling drugs and smoking, even right now. So our appeal to the law, what's they call NLDA, the Drug Law Enforcement Agency, please, they should just go there. The boys are there. They should not go with their van to do wah. They should just go there with a private motor. They will get those boys. They are there selling drugs. As I pass now. Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, then two, Waterline, so there's another set of boys that are there, disturbing drivers left and right, collecting money. Police is collecting.
boys are also collecting. So I don't know what is happening in River State. 2, I went to INEC office to go and register for Aba Road. I was there, they said there's no network. I hope they've not started, but by the grace of God, we waited and they registered us for our voters card. Please, let this network increase. Let it not be like this. They've started again. We've come to. Thank you. Then I also want to say about my community called Bamboo. Hello.
Yeah, Bamboo. What's happening there?
Yeah, Bamboo in Kana local government. No road, please.
Internal roads.
No road, no internal road, no road. Since I was born till now, I am 40 years old. No road.
My God. Okay.
Please, let the government, let the Kana local government do that road from Bamboo way to Kirikembo way, Yonkuribo way, and fix that road. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your report. Good evening. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
Yes, please.
I'm Idatuni calling from Umegu.
Okay, go on.
Please, my dear sister, our calling from Umegu here, from Chukota to here. I don't know whether it's from our flag. We are hearing they are flying road here and there in River State, other parts of the River State. They come from Chukota to Umegu here. To Umegu Junction, between Oyibo with Abia State. I don't know whether we abandon people. And when you come to this side, you see that oil is very much more than other places they are developing. If small rain falls for this side, the flood we are getting this side is bigger than the one they are calling that the flood is happening for other communities. But here, we are committing every day, wasting our credit, wasting our time. Even though light here, that when we start to pay, you cannot see light. But when we pay finish, when you start to pay, you see light. When we pay finish, you cannot see light. 3 days or 4 days. I don't know what we do from Chokota to here. The solar light they put, you only put along the road. But when you go other communities, you see they put every street. But here when we did, please, our road here, particularly our road.
Yeah.
Even we get only one single road from Chokota to maybe we are okay. Please, we are begging.
All right.
I'm begging.
Okay.
This thing we are calling every year. I'm begging government, state government, and local government chairman. I know say our local government chairman was be one of the governors because I see that he's performing fine. Let me remember from Chokota to maybe. Please, thank you.
Okay. Mbebulu Chokota, right? Keep your calls, bring them in. What's your report this evening? Yeah, what's your eyewitness report? What's going on in your area? What's going on in Port Harcourt City? What's going on in River State that is a concern to you, to us? Bring it on here. Let's hear it. Let's talk about it. Let the authorities hear about it. Let the people who are involved know about it. You're just surprised that it's that concern that you bring today that will be attended to tomorrow. You never know. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Levinus Amadi.
Okay.
Yes, I'm calling from Chukota.
All right. What's happening?
Somebody made mention of our road from Chukota to Umeblu. My sister, when you come to that road, you will pity the people that are living in this place. The road is so bad. Very, very bad. I pity most of the students at community secondary school in Ibuiche that are writing WAEC. I saw today when I was passing bad spots close to the school. I don't know how they are managing the students in that school, how they cross the road maybe to buy something to go to school. The road is very bad. So I want to use opportunity to tell our governor, the governor of River State, there is still time for him to do something on the road. The road is bad so that our people can pass. We are from River State.
Of course.
They abandon us as if we are from Abia State. We are from River State. And we have oil companies littered here and there in our area from Chokota to Umeblu. Politically, we are also the biggest ward in the chain. We have number of voters. I don't know how they will come to campaign this time again.
in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Very valid one. We don't want to hear a report coming from that end that children who went to Raiwaya, something happened again, or that's how someone fell into this spot, or was hit by a car in this spot, or a truck or something. You know how devastating news like that can be. So yeah, that's a concern and a report that the government should look into and just do something about it. What's your eyewitness report today? What's your eyewitness report that you want to, you want attention to be given? You want the government to look into, ministries, look into federal government, state government, local government, whatever the concern is, whatever the report is, as long as something here in River State that affects anyone or everyone, or, a particular community, or just River State at large, then it's a valid one and should be attended to. So yeah, bring your report on here. It's Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM 0810 951 951. That's the number for calls. You want to send a text message or WhatsApp message? How about you do that? You can send that to 0701 933 996.
No to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Nothing like the good old classic music and reminding the new school of where it all started from. Get the best of classical school music back to back.
Nostalgia Drive
from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
every Saturday
on Today 95.1 FM.
Hear the bomb.
95.1 FM.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we day. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
Which is reports from you, your eyewitness report. Not them say. Your eyewitness report, okay? Something that you probably witnessed, you experienced, or you saw, and you know that it concerns everyone, or concerns you, or concerns your community, or something that's just happening in road, electricity, health centers, schools. One spot that needs to be fixed, the refuse dump, the median, street lights, service providers, whatever it is, as long as it's here in River State, every community should get these basic things. They should enjoy it. It should not be a miraculous thing that we have road in our community. It should not be a miracle that we now have a health center or schools are functioning as they should. It's basic. It's part of the benefits of governance, good governance and democracy. Of course, we vote you in to serve the people. So you're supposed to serve the people. And in serving the people, you provide these basic amenities and development for the people whilst you're serving, of course. So if the things that are supposed to be in place are not in place, what's supposed to be working is not working, of course we would have to raise an alarm and say this is not the way it should be. This thing is, oh, this hospital is not working, though it's supposed to be working. What is going on? Who are the people in charge? Oh, River State government, look into this. Why is this not happening, and why is that not happening? Valid concerns altogether for the betterment and the good living condition of the people of River State. And that's why we have the platform Eyewitness Report, so that you see something, you say something. So as you see it, you report it, and then when you report it, of course, what's the essence of reporting something? It's not for a change or for correction, yeah? So when I'm reporting this matter, it's because I want it to be corrected. And when it's corrected, everyone is happy. Yeah. 0810-951-0951. What is your eyewitness report tonight? Keep your calls coming in. You want to send a text message? You want to send a WhatsApp message? Oh, Ren, I want to send a voice note so that I explain what's going on here. 0701 933 9962. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ugochukwu, I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Is it Lona?
Rona.
Or Queen?
Rona.
Lona. Okay, Lona, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good evening. Lona, what really rose my curiosity this night is the cry of people from Chokota, Ikweremgbo. Lona, I've been in River State for 2 years now, and every blessed day, even when Maxwell was still working with Today FM, when this program started, this eyewitness, these people have been calling every day. These people from Chokota, Ikweremgbo, Umebule, saying about how many oil wells they have and how government have totally neglected these people. Is that the kind of life we continue to live in Nigeria? That people will cry from January to December. Last week I was listening to you, I didn't hear from these people. I said, maybe they have resigned to fate. I was so surprised to hear them this night. I'm just lending my voice to them.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you've been in the studio. You've had these people every day complain.
But they're not going to.
You have these people every day, they complain. Is it that we don't have government that are listening, or the angels will come and do those things?
It's the government that actually have to do it.
This is really, really disheartening and discouraging that Abia State has left us. Abia State has left a whole river state, and nobody is doing anything about it. The governor is there doing practically nothing, and they focus on election and this. And like one of them said, I wonder how they will come and campaign in that place and what they'll be telling people from there. They pay their tax, they contribute their quota as citizens and maintain peace. If that place become restless, we government of River State not to go and hearken to their cry.
All right.
It seems what the only language government hears is when somebody begins to be violent, and they will now focus attention there.
I get your point. Well, thank you, and it's true that while some people have been talking about one particular road for a while now, and they have not gotten the change that they want, it can be tiring sometimes. But if you don't keep talking about it, would it happen? So what's there to lose, actually? You talk about it today, talk about it tomorrow, and keep talking about it until you get what you want. Or, I've talked about it once, twice, 3 times. I am not going to talk about it again. I'm tired. Which is better? This message here says, good evening, presenter. Please, we need light in Ogoloma and Walga. No lights as I'm typing this text. Light is on and off, and that is not good for the people from Lotelga. You said there's no lights, and you said the light is on and off. So which of them am I taking? Is it that the light is on and off, or there's no light at all? So let's be clear on what the report actually is. This message here says, Rona, good evening. I still want to remind government concerning my community of Ogbogoro flood. They should come and give us good gutter tunnel and also replace Ogbogoro Akami Town Hall, which the ring road has carried away from Chief Solomon. All right. I remember you've talked about this report a few times, and it's still good that you're talking about it because you have not gotten, the community have not gotten that thing that they need. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister in the radio house.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Chigozi. I'm calling from Odoho Batriklan.
All right. Go on.
My area talk is this. I am in Emo local government. When it comes to Emo local government, we don't have a general hospital. Like on Monday, I passed there with a friend of mine. I went to see a friend of mine at Emowa. That general hospital is taken over by we. So I'm begging on authority of Chief Lloyd that is the chairman of Emo local government to write to Ministry of Health of River State for them to do the needful for people of Emoha local government at large. We don't have a general hospital in Emoha local government. Then again, I'm also using this medium to beg the people of River State, whosoever are going to rule River State in 2027, you should do the needful for people of River State and Nigeria at large. We have where we call Ukroma Waterside. If you start in that waterside, you'll be seen Komolumeni as is, eyeball to eyeball. So I'm begging them, whosoever they're going to rule, let us start with first project on that road. It will help the people of River State and Nigeria at large. Thank you. I remain Chigozi from Pakistan.
Okay, thank you for that report. Hello, good evening.
Rona, good evening.
Welcome.
Chief Solomon. So you have read my message.
Oh, that's what you want to talk about?
You say that gutter, that big gutter, they should come and see it with their 2 eyes. They should come and inspect it, see how the thing, so that let there be solution for it. So that they can add it into this ring road agreement. The flood is so much. So even our town hall, the whole Lobogoro is shameful. We don't have town hall again. The ring road has put off our town hall. So the whole community without town hall is not good. If supposing the government want to visit, maybe after now, where do we host them? So they should come and replace our town hall. Okay. The health center, I have seen it's some process. Let me watch. I pray they will complete it as they have started.
All right.
So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
This is Damayan Gopa from Akabeke.
All right, go on.
That's a fair report, you know.
Okay.
To be sincere, our governor and chairman is doing fantastically well. I went to the council myself yesterday to see things by myself. I asked myself,
the council
where has all this? Okay. Headquarters, local government headquarters, that's okay.
Okay.
2 miles from my place. I went and walked around to see what they have been saying. He deserves more award than what they have been given. Because what I saw is not a political or just something. It's a reality. That young man is working. What I am saying is other people, I don't know how the location is done, they should eliminate him. What remains for him now, which I didn't see, is employment. Want to employ, he said he would do that soon. Let's employ more youth so that his record will be 100%. And I visited the Corpus Lodge. All this, I showed them. I am an investigative journalist. I don't know how they looked at me with my tie at my age. They looked at me. They gave me all the attention I needed. I walked around. I saw it. I said, when I'm talking to you people, I will tell you. Is it person I'm talking to or
this is
which one I'm talking to?
Rona.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's my take now.
Okay.
And I want to go back from Alphabet.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that one. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is George from Buguma. Hello.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Please, I want to beg you to help us beg our local government chairman, Master Nangufo, please, that the light is bringing. He is bringing light by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Like today night, the light came early. Please, you should be doing it that way, 6 to 6. That's how we operate here. So you go bring light by 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Who is enjoying the light? Please, I beg him in the name of God. You should operate like that. At least 6 to 6 in the evening. Thank you.
All right. This message here says, greetings to you, Rona. I am Friday Olu, University of Port Harcourt. All right. My report is quite at variance with what the eyes usually see in and around our environment. That's actually a nose report. Which one is nose report again? Eyewitness report. Is there nose witness report? Okay, the city of Port Harcourt stinks to high heavens. It's also eyewitness because your eyes can see these things, right? So, the city of Port Harcourt stinks to high heavens. The air quality within Port Harcourt and its environs is as offensive as the airborne disease it bears. Whilst the government partly shares the blame, the everyday people should do their part by ensuring standard hygiene practice within and outside the homes at all times. Gone are those days when germs does not kill African man. Sure, I always say that idea of getting to kill black man, it's not valid though, because it's just what the forefathers used to say, and we've carried it as our own culture. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Rona.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm Simeon. I'm calling from Delhi. Sorry for that, Bishop.
All right.
See, it is better for a road project not to be embarked upon than to be embarked upon and abandoned. There is a beautiful road embarked upon by Emereji David in Mbolo. That road is being used by the farmers, and we were all happy that by this time that road would have been completed. But shortly after the Emereji left, that road has been abandoned, and right now our people cannot use that road because of the rain. The marshy environment of it is so that our farmers cannot use it. So I am appealing my knees on the ground that our local government chairman should try and visit that road. At least it will still go to the credit of our chairman that he came, he saw that road in a messy way, and he completed it. The credit will go to him. Then secondly, I'm appealing to our governor. Let him try and remember pensioners. Pay our gratuity now. What have we done We just retired about 7 years ago, 6 years ago, and we are still going to church to pray that God will touch his heart to pay us our gratuity. Is he waiting until when we die? He should give us what we have labored for. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. A few minutes before we wrap up Eyewitness Report. I'm still taking calls, though. Send your report, though, before we wrap up now. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Joseph. I'm calling from Chuba.
Okay, what's your report?
My eyewitness report is that it's about the police. Police
Okay.
are at the Chuba that checkpoint at Chuba, close to the bridge. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can. Go on.
There's one boy that is standing there. They need to collect money from police will send him to go and collect money at the road, on the road. Up to this evening, they will send him. They will send him go and collect the money from Moto. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Every day, including this evening. Let's pray Jesus about this fact. It's very serious. So civilian will be holding drum for police. It's not good now.
All right, that's valid. Okay, so it's mostly around that Yoruba area. Hello, are you there? All right. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Korea, please.
Okay, what's your report, Mr. Korea?
My sister, I joined my hand to sympathize with the second to the last caller that ended with 7 years now. 7 years now, and he has not been paid. And I start to wonder, is it true that at the end of the day, after 8 years, you run down to become a senator? And at the end of the day, you see people who they are under you, crying for just what they suffer for the country, suffer for the state. Maybe be lively for you. And at the end of the day, you cannot pay them what is entitled to. And tomorrow, you go there when one of them died. The time we say, we regret our now. When he was alive, he served diligently. Very unfortunate what we are hearing from people that at the end thought that they will come and change this country. And they kept suffering people. Well, one day is for everybody. That is what I pray for everybody. Thank you very much, please.
All right, okay. 08109510951. That's the number to call to give your eyewitness report.
called me to that he retired after fighting for the city that he's passing out. Please, VP, a message and take it to federal because you will retire again like you. One day you will retire. Take it to Abuja.
All right. Okay. Thank you. 3 minutes more. So 3 minutes before I wrap up eyewitness report. So yeah, I can still take a call or two, or maybe just one more call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mom.
Welcome.
This is Queen from Rupoko.
All right, go on. What's your report?
Okay, this before the checkpoint in our pipeline, that place is very bad. Like if rain falls, everywhere will be so water will be everywhere. Like water is so used to flush and like everywhere will be, the water.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Before the checkpoint, yeah, thank you. Before the checkpoint.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Well, although your voice was low, but I still got that. Can I take this call? Okay, we'll wrap up with this one. I wanted to wrap up with this call, and it dropped. Okay, if you are dialing again, let me just wrap up with this one. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
He's calling from Rupoko.
Okay, go on.
My eyewitness is, I don't understand what will be a local government chairman is doing with the resources that is receiving from federal government. And if he's not hearing from other local governments like Iche and the Ikore local government, continue to demolish and build the gate at Ubiakode, whereas others are giving their people life. They are suffering, Rupoko and all other environment. You should try and do something. It's an embarrassment. That place has been built and you should try and do something that will make us to remember him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. This is our wrap up eyewitness report. Thank you all so much who brought in your report. And don't ever think that your reports are going to waste. Okay, maybe I'll just take this final one. Okay. Hello, good evening. You're my last caller.
Thank you so much for the bonus.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, Diona, I want to talk about the retired elder statesmen and women that start this contest.
Okay.
Peter did told us his story how a woman who retired came upon him in a church and told him to go home, that God will not hear his prayer until he has paid them. And he said the woman said the truth. Some of their leaders, those pensioners, are the ones running around the government looking for contract and not talking about the welfare of their members. So I think the pension board and others should know how to meet the governor in an obscure way.
Okay.
And be able to confront him and let him understand their plight.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, and have a good night.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is where we'll finally wrap up. All right. Thank you all so much for your reports, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Do not forget the thrill comes out by 9, world news by 10. So please stay locked on this dial today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM.
On a day like this, I remember that famous prediction by Edson Arantes do Nascimento. You call him Pele. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Someone who gave us joy watching him play football on television. Yes, we didn't see him live. The last time was 1970 when Brazil won the FIFA World Cup. In 1977, he said, by the year 2000, an African nation will win the FIFA World Cup. This is 2026. Is it going to happen this year? Are you impressed with what African nations are doing at the FIFA World Cup? That is what we're taking a look at on this edition of Global Sports Update with yours truly, Godwin A. Nakena. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, this time we're taking you all the way to Germany, where Omavoa Akatuba is waiting to talk to us. Welcome back. Global Sports Update. Like I said, we're taking you all the way to Germany. Omar Akatuba is waiting. My guy, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the FIFA World Cup?
Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to talk with you again on radio. It reminds me of those days of Top Radio where we used to have a blast on a daily basis. And it feels good to be talking with you once again. Talking about the FIFA World Cup, the biggest tournament in the world, the biggest football tournament, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. With teams like Ivory Coast and Morocco giving Africa a bit of hope. You want to feel like perhaps we will see some exciting stories again at this tournament. And talking about exciting stories, Vozia has given us a lot of joy and hope. Talking about those stories that make the World Cup special. So it's been a special tournament so far, and I'm sure that there will be more special days ahead.
Omar, I asked a question when I started the show in my intro. I did say that in 1977, you remember that famous prediction by Pelé, the greatest of them all as far as I'm concerned, saying that by the year 2000, an African nation will win the FIFA World Cup. We have waited and waited and waited. Pelé is gone. Now, 2026, we are still waiting. Is this the year of an African team winning the FIFA World Cup?
Every 4 years, we are told this could be Africa's year. And the reality arrives in the form of Brazil, Argentina, France, Germany, or whoever else happens to be collecting trophies at the time. Don't get me wrong, African teams have made huge progress. Morocco reached the semi-finals in 2022 in Qatar and showed what's possible. And of course, I've started already on a fantastic note against Brazil, but winning a World Cup requires depth, consistency, squad management, and a bit of luck over 7 matches. So could an African nation win in 2026? I don't think that looks very possible. We've just seen Senegal, the African champions, beaten by France by 3-1. I mean, with all due respect, if your African champion can be beaten by, of course, the world champions, France, who played in 2 World Cup finals back-to-back, you begin to ask yourself, when it comes to crunch time and you're facing teams like Portugal, Germany, England, Brazil, and the likes, I don't think that there's any African team that can truly withstand, except for Morocco. Maybe Morocco might be that team, but it doesn't look very likely. I think that the African World Cup still looks like another 26 to 30 years away from us.
Omar, you mentioned nations in Africa that are most likely going to win or might win the World Cup, maybe not this year. You didn't mention Nigeria. You said Morocco. You think Nigeria don't stand a chance of winning the World Cup. Did I hear you say we should qualify first?
Of course, you have to first qualify for the World Cup before you can talk about even standing a chance of winning it. And winning a World Cup requires, like I said, long-term planning, stable federations, elite coaching, strong youth development, and consistency over decades. And you know that Morocco seems to be looking like that country that is conquering all of these, challenges. And that's why you see them, doing well on the field. The first African country to play in the semi-final of the World Cup, and they've started again looking like they might go far. Countries that win the World Cups don't just produce great players, they produce great systems. And Morocco seems to be covering ticking all of these boxes. Quality players, scouting the best Moroccans playing all over the world. The Moroccan team that participated at this World Cup, all of them are born outside of Morocco. And with having the right stable federation, elite coaching, strong youth development, and consistency, we're seeing them produce results. And that is what Nigeria lacks. Nigeria has got talent, but we must build structure around the talent. And if we do this, I think that we can begin to talk, we can start talking about winning the World Cup. But otherwise, we are very, very far away. Imagine not qualifying for the last 2 World Cups. That says it all.
If I may ask Omar Akatuba, what should African countries do to compete favorably with other big nations of the world? Like you said, we're making progress slowly. We're in the quarterfinal, round of 16. Morocco got to the semi-final. They were so close to getting to the final the last time out. And you have just said that 2026 may not be our year. So when will it be? 2030, when Morocco will be part of the nations of the world that will be hosting the FIFA World Cup?
I think that Morocco gives a lot of hope. And I think Morocco's strategy is the one that most African countries must employ. Of course, Nigeria is already doing it, basically searching around the world, looking for every African playing anywhere in the world, encouraging them to come and play for Africa. Look at what Morocco did with Boadidi. On the 15th of May this year, he switched his allegiances to Morocco and is already bossing things at the World Cup against world champions like Brazil. So the first thing first is quality of players. Because look at France. What really separates France from a regular African team, even though most of the players are even Africans in terms of their origin, is the quality that these players individually have. And where does this quality come from? It comes from a foundation that is solid. The Clairefontaine is there, where they basically develop talent like they refine crude oil. And that is what we have to put in place on the continent. And you see what Morocco is doing. And you can see that all of that reflects on result on the pitch of play. Morocco have been able to master management of the pitch and having quality players on the pitch. These two put together is beginning to yield dividend. Morocco reached the semi-final, just one match away from playing at the World Cup final. And you started again on that brilliant note at this World Cup. What you see there is consistency of administration, management, quality of players, scouting, coaching. Is a total ramification. And I think that's what a country like Nigeria, for example, that is naturally blessed with talent, is missing. We have the talent on the pitch, but we lack the quality in terms of management of the pitch. And when we can get all these right, I think that we can stand a chance to compete at the world stage. Generally, again, like I said, quality of players, quality of top quality management, and having the best players play for African national teams. That way we can stand a chance of competing at the highest level. Otherwise, we can't. Look at South Africa. They have everything going for them except for quality of players. And that is what we need to start working on. Getting the right players to play for African teams so we can compete against the best teams in the world.
Omar, what would you say happened to Senegal against France on Tuesday evening? They got into that game and it was 50-50 for most parts of that game. But the second half turned completely. I mean, stars on both sides, bigger stars on the side of France. They have the world footballer of the year. They have Kylian Mbappe. They have Bakola, they have Doué, just name them. Was it at some point they just felt like, hey, how long will Mendy keep us in this game? There's so little that Mendy can do. And after that Mbappe's goal, the team collapsed as it were. Even though they pulled back a goal, fantastic goal. But hey, when you have Mbappe on a good day, you seem to have everything. So was it that Senegal showed France so much respect, too much respect?
I don't think that Senegal showed France a lot of respect. I actually think they competed, at France level, especially in the first 45 minutes. But, when the big players decided to take the bull by the horn, the difference in class showed. Senegal's biggest footballer plays in Saudi Arabia. But with the French team, with players like Kylian Mbappe, Dembele, Bakola, the French team has got depth. And that's what showed through. Bakola came off the bench and scored immediately. That is the sort of quality these teams like France and the likes have got. They've got players in every department, 1, 2, 3 players who are as good as each other. And that's the difference, we saw, especially in the second half, because France started to show the quality that they've got with Kylian, one of the best footballers in the world. He had to bring his experience and quality to the fore. And that's what make the difference. In terms of team play, I think that Senegal covered themselves in glory. But when it was time for individual quality to shine through, that was where France, made the difference. And I think that was the major difference.
Kylian Mbappe has started like a house on fire. Is he going to emerge the best player at this tournament? I mean, we saw a semblance of what we used to know about the Real Madrid superstar. He's been dogged by plenty of controversies here and there. But again, on Tuesday evening, he put all that behind him and led his country as a captain to defeating Senegal by 3-1. Is this the new Mbappe or the Mbappe we used to know?
Kylian Mbappe is made for the World Cup. He's made for the big stage. With the 2 goals against Senegal, he goes on to 14 goals. Before the World Cup is over, I think that he would have maybe broken the record to become the all-time leading scorer at the FIFA World Cup. And why not? He has the qualities to become the MVP of the tournament. Last tournament, he was denied that award because Lionel Messi won the World Cup. Otherwise, Kylian was absolutely qualified to have won that award. He won the Golden Boot. He looks like he's already in contention for it again. A brace in this game. They play Iraq in their next game. Oh, I feel sorry for Iraq. An opportunity for Kylian to score a lot of goals. I think that he's a top quality player. One of the best players in the world. And a player that will go down in history at the end of his career as one of the biggest players with the biggest impact on global football. Kylian is a beauty to behold, and I'm happy that he's beginning to shine at the World Cup after having a season to forget at Real Madrid. Despite being the top scorer in the league, he ended the season without a trophy. Had a lot of controversy off the pitch and all of that. The World Cup was an opportunity for him to be happy again. And now he's beginning to enjoy football, and I think that's a fantastic thing for him. And I hope that he can go all the way in this tournament.
This is Take One. Tomorrow we return on Marva Akatuba and yours truly. It's all about the FIFA World Cup, with or without Nigeria. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
From that's a former Chukwumelu. Welcome to the thrill on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Runa Agbara. Thank you for staying locked in on this dial. I appreciate you. All right. A conversation we're going to have this evening is a bit about concerns raised by parents because of the strike action by NUT in Oyo State. You know, some weeks ago we talked about how that one of the ways that NUT can show, Nigerian Union of Teachers can show support and solidarity for the children who are still in captivity and teachers is for them to, maybe go on a strike action for the government. Maybe that may be the nudge the government needs, or it may just be a nudge in the right direction. And some people are of the opinion that it may just make the government's point to action faster than they were doing. While some other persons felt, oh, that's not going to cause any change. It may bring little or no result. And some people were really of the opinion that, yes, they should close down schools until these people are released back to us. Then, to just show that, okay, the union, they are affected and concerned that it's happened to others. It also a matter that concerns them. And some parents are saying, oh, okay, some people had opinions about it. But now there's a concern being raised by parents in Oyo State that this strike action is affecting their children because their children are home and idle and not doing anything. Now, the question is, what now? Now what? Really? Now what? Oh, if they had not gone on that strike action, oh, they don't care. They're not concerned because it didn't happen to them, or because they're not affected directly. Oh, it doesn't matter to them anymore. They've moved on with their lives and they moved on from it. That may have been, reactions and opinions. Or they decide to go on strike action to show solidarity and support. People are complaining now that, oh, this strike action they're doing, our children are idle, they're not going to school, they're not doing anything. Oh, they don't care about the others who need to still keep on learning. What exactly should they do? What exactly should be done? It's just like, when they say, let's say that my brother was or my brother has been punished, or my brother was punished, at home, and maybe my father decides to punish my brother by not giving him food to eat, and if I, his sibling, decide to sit there, I eat, I play, I move around, I'm happy, as long as I'm not the one being punished. People would judge and say, oh, she doesn't love her brother. She does not care about her brother. Her brother has not eaten. Her brother is being starved and is being punished, starved. She doesn't care. She's eating food. She's happy. She's playing. She's doing everything. Oh, she doesn't love her brother. She's not concerned. She doesn't want to help her brother to beg her father. Maybe, she's not interested. If I now decide to say, my brother is being punished, I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to do anything. I want to nudge my father. Maybe this will just nudge my father to show mercy, or, not punish my brother anymore, and, get my brother back to being served food and all of that. And I decide not to eat, not to drink anything until my brother is brought back, or until the punishment is lifted off my brother. People will still say, oh, she doesn't care. They give her food, she doesn't eat the food, she wastes the food. Oh, she's promoting wastage. Why is she not eating food? Oh, this food is going to waste, and she does not care about how the money is brought, how the money is provided, how the food is provided. She doesn't care. She's not eating. So at that point, I would now wonder, what exactly should I do? Should I not be interested? Should I be interested? If I do this move, is it right? If I do this one, is it wrong? What now? What should I do? Eat or not eat? To show that I really, I want my brother back. I want my brother happy and eating again. I decide not to eat. And other people are saying I'm wasting food. I'm not, concerned about how the money comes and all the food is provided and all of that. So what now? The move by NUT to go on that strike, was it not? The intention was to, show support and show that they are concerned and affected too. And while some people were of the opinion that, oh, it's a good move, or it may not bring results, oh, they did. They really did that. Now, parents are complaining. Do you think that it's actually valid that they're complaining, knowing that those children and those, people are still not out yet? They're complaining. Do you think it's an insensitive complaint? Or, they're just looking out for themselves? Do you think it's a valid concern, a valid complaint? Because they're saying that our children are idle. Our children are idle. They're not doing anything. And we are worried that if our children are idle, well, they may just start doing things they're not supposed to do. The idle mind is the devil's workshop. Say that's what they say. So parents are raising the concern that this Oyo NUT strike is leaving the pupils idle and exposing them to negative influences and disrupting their academic activities. Do you think it's an insensitive complaint given the circumstance surrounding the strike action? Or it's a valid one because their children are affected? So while they're supporting, they're in support of the other people being brought back, or they should be brought back, well, they should also look out for their children. Or do you think, well, can they engage their children with other extramural lessons? Can't they engage their children in skill acquisition now? For the time being, those people in captivity will not always remain there. Would they remain there forever? So, of course, they'll be brought back, and academic activities will resume. In very soon, when they're brought back, of course, academic activities will resume and the strike action will be called off. So while this action is still going on and parents are complaining and they're concerned that their children are idle, do you think that concern and that complaint is not really a sensitive complaint, given the situation? Do you also think that there are ways that they can engage their children? Oh, your child is not going to school now because there's a strike action and they're at home. How about you start teaching your child a skill? Maybe get them into skill acquisition centers. Let them learn a trade temporarily. No knowledge is lost or wasted. So whatever they learn in the time being would stick with them forever. Or how about you get them into your business or the trade that you do, so they start watching and learning? Or maybe engage them at home and teach them or give them, moral, extra moral lessons, or, employ other means to still make them engaged and not be idle. Because a concern like this now would just mean that they may be indirectly saying that this strike action should be called off. And if the strike action is called off, do you think that the essence of that action would eventually happen? Because the intention was to make sure that the government knows that this thing is more than it is. It should be whatever moves they are making or whatever plans they're making, they should hasten up. They should, do more than they're doing. That was the intention of the strike. Now, if the parents are saying that, our children are idle, children are not doing anything, it's making them being exposed, it's exposing them to negative influences, it's disrupting academic activities, are they indirectly saying that, well, this strike is not our concern anymore? They should call it off and let activities resume and go back to normal. Whilst those people are still in captivity and it's not normal. Is it a valid complaint? Is it a sensitive concern? Are there ways to go about it or not? Now, the indefinite strike embarked upon by the Nigerian Union of Teachers in Oyo State has continued to generate concern among parents and education stakeholders over its impact on pupils and students. Some parents and teachers who spoke said that in Ibadan on Wednesday, said the prolonged closure of public schools left many children idle, exposed to negative influences, and disrupted their academic activities. Right? NAN recalls that the Nigerian Union of Teachers directed all public, primary, and secondary schools in Oyo State to embark on an indefinite strike beginning on June 1. Today is June 17, so they've been on that strike for 17 days, June 1 till date. Yeah, and we don't know when the strike will be called off. It's indefinite, we don't know when to be called off. But parents are complaining now that in this period of this month that there has not been school activities and learning, their children are idle. What now? What should be done now? What should we do given this concern and complaint? A teacher, Mrs. Yemisi Alao, lamented what she described as nonchalant attitude of some parents towards the future of their children. She said some parents leave their wards unattended while they go to work or attend to their businesses during the strike. That's why I ask, are there no ways that the parents complaining, are there no ways they can engage their children in things that will occupy them rather than leaving them idle? At this point, it's the only school that keeps a child busy. If there's a strike action and children are no more going to school, should they now not have anything that will occupy them? Are there not things that parents can do to engage their children than just leaving them? Or does it mean that, without school, there is nothing a child can learn or a child can be occupied with? So that means even when school was in session, when they come back from school, they don't do anything because that's the only thing. At this point, it seems like that's the only thing that they do or the parents think they can do. So now that thing is not functioning right now, there is nothing entirely in this world that parents can now do for their children to engage them. Now, she said that some parents leave their wards unattended while they go to work to attend their business during the strike. Ignorance has led many parents to neglect their children's future. They believe the government should do everything without them lifting a finger. The children are not well monitored, and some of them placed under apprenticeship are also not serious about learning the trade. Allow describes the situation as unfortunate, noting that the nation often reacts to challenges rather than taking proactive measures and steps to address issues affecting children. As we pray and believe in God for the release of the abducted children, we should not forget to put measures in place to secure the future of every child, she said. She added that the strike came at a critical period when pupils and students were about to commence continuous assessment exercises. According to her, the eventual resumption of schools may lead to a rushed academic activities in an attempt to cover the curriculum. Now, what should we do? Should the strike action be called off, given that some children are idle and they need to get back to being occupied with school, work, and activities? Or should the strike action remain until these children are brought back, the ones abducted, the abducted ones and teachers are brought back, then academic activities can resume back to normal? And while at it, shouldn't parents have things that they can occupy their children with without leaving them idle? Because school is not in session, in Oyo State. Now, generally, imagine that it was every state that had this, shut down, that schools were not functioning. Are there not things that parents can occupy their child with if it's not going to school and coming back from school? Now, this lady says this is a collective action to people should be interested in men to occupied with positive ideas rather than fraudulent ones. Also, parents living in Mokola area of Ibadan, Mr. Godwin Nobina, said the strike had led to many children roaming the streets while others engage in hawking products for their parents. The parents also have a part to play in all of this. My children are already worried and keep asking whether there will be no schooling again. I keep reassuring them that the situation is temporary and things will get better. The whole situation is unfair, he said. Obina urged the state government to intensify efforts towards resolving the issue that led to the strike while strengthening security measures in schools. The government should put adequate security measures in schools to prevent unauthorized acts. Children now spend their time playing football, singing, and engaging in other leisure activities. She said parents in the neighborhood had adopted community approach to child supervision during the strike. All right. It's a lengthy one rather, but going forward, right, she says what we do in our neighborhood is to watch over the children and ensure they are safe because not all parents can stay at home. Parents usually leave instructions for their wards before going back to work to play safe and avoid fighting. Some other parents said that a resident of Nalendin area of Ibadan, she enrolled her wards in tailoring. Okay. She says she enrolled her ward in tailoring apprenticeship to keep them occupied away from negative influences. She, however, noted that younger children between the ages of 3 and 7 who were too young for apprenticeship programs were the worst affected by the school closure. They just play around while their parents leave them in the care of neighbors or sometimes alone, she said. Similarly, Mrs. Tunrayo Adeyemo, who lives in the Total Garden area, said our children spent most of their day playing after completing household chores. We're not happy that our children are at home when they ought to be in school, but there's nothing we can do about it. Do you really think there's nothing that can be done about it? What now? Should the strike action be called off? Should it remain? Should it continue until the result is given? And then, is it an insensitive concern for the parents saying that their children are idle, school is not in function, children are idle, they are exposed to negative practices, academic activities not going on, I keep telling my child very soon. What do you think exactly? What now? What really should happen now? Would it be insensitive to call off the strike and let children go back to school, knowing that there are still people out there that are in captivity and anything could still happen? Would it be insensitive to have these children get back to school and then just put up or buff up or increase security measures to ensure that the schools are safe? Would that not be a bit okay? Let life continue. Let life go on. Let's move on. Would it not be like, okay, well, these people are not affected. The ones that are not affected should move on with their life and go on with it? Or do you think that the more prolonged this strike action is, the more damage it does to the children at home and even the ones in captivity? What exactly should be done at this point? Hi. We'll do a 5 minutes break. We'll get back from that one. We'll have you join the conversation. I see calls coming in already. By 9:35, because there's no commercial, so we'll run till 10. Okay, so I can take as much calls as possible. So by 9:35, I'll open the phone lines and have you join in on the conversation. Please, I really want to know, what do you think? What now? What should we do now? This one or that one or nothing? Or it's just a lot of controversy at this point.
na chulu wa gburugburu lami onye na-esekesi lọ nwanyị ebe ọ bụ na ọ bụ Chukwu dị oke ụwa bụ ebe n'ike ya na enyi m imelụ ka gị na nwoke na nwanyị onye mere uwe ya ọna ebochie nwoke anyị ime ụlọla agwụ n'elu ụwa ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọna lọta n'elu ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọna lọta n'elu ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọna lọta n'elu ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọna lọta n'elu ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọna ebe ụwa ga-amụ ntị n'enu na o nwere akụkọ m akọrọ unu o nwere ofu nwoke a na-agba Chubakụ jere soja anya na-arụ ya ọkụ o wee nata soja n'enu ụwa ma ihe nwere ego omeka n'enu ka emeta ego ọ bụrụ ego oyibo n'ụwa omeka na ana ka emeta ego ọ bụrụ ego oyibo n'ụwa Chubakụ wepụta ofu mbọsị tiwele ego kedụzi ka mụ si wee jeche soja nata ma m enwere ego ọ sọrọ Chukwu ma ọ sọrọ ya na aga m enwerịrị ego n'ike ọzọ n'enu ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọ na-anụ ọzọ n'enu ụwa bụ onye mere ike ya ọ na enyi m na-abụ imelụ nke gị na ezi oyi na ọ bụ mmelụ nke m na Chubakụ lokata iwe oge mejebe ebe dibịa ka ọ gbalị ya ba ka ọ mara ife batali na ihe nwere ego oyibo n'ụwa nwa dibịa chile ababịa nana wee kawa ọkala tule Chubakụ ego gadago so oheli n'aba kama na mgbachasị aba nwe na aga m akpali galo Chubakụ anyị ga-agbalụ gị ọgwụ ego ịgbụta ọgwụ ego n'elu ụwa inwewe ego n'ike kama na ịma na ife ji agbagwo ego siri ike maka na ihe egbu mmadụ ibute isie Chubakụ wesi na ọ bụrụ ụzọ maka igbu mmadụ na ọ bụ ife nye asaịn gburugbo wee jebe amị gbogbo nye ga-egbu mmadụ ibute isi masị bụ ọlụ nye ọgwụ ego ya chọrọ nke nwee ego n'ike ewo Chubakụ naba na lụọ na baba sowe obejiri ya ile obejiri fienu wee chọwa onye ga-egbu wepụta n'ụzọ wekwuru o nwere ohu nwa agbọbịa nke a na-akpọ Nkiruka onye ọma Nkiruka na-echu unye mmiri wesodili ozu Chubakụ n'ezi Chubakụ wepụ onye nwaanyị ọma bịakelite igbo m nkụ n'ọbịa nwatakịrị solu nọ Chubakụ mele ebele jebe ibu ya nkụ abatazia n'ime ọbịa Chubakụ mmiri obejiri wee gba onye Nkiruka dao na aga m egbukweni gị egbu Nkiruka jụ onye emelụ nke gịnị ọ na bụ ife ọjọọ melụ gị bụ na mbịalụ ka mbụ gị nkụ ewo egbuna m egbu ewo egbuna m egbu o si ya na nwere ibi mere m kama na m enwere ego na m egbu gị bụrụ isi gị wee gbagwo ego Nkiruka wepụ onye Chubakụ ma ji egbuna ka m ị ga-egbu m dulu m ka ị naba be gị ka bụrụ nwunye gị mbụ ka mmalị gị nwa ị nwere nwa ma ị nwere ego mana aga m amụrụ gị nwa Chubakụ jụ ọnya ịbụrụ nwunye m ịbụrụ nwunye na-egwu ka a na-egwu ọchụ ụgbakụ wee bunyili mma wee gbuo onye nke iru ụka n'ọnụ nwatakịrị wee dị n'ala nene n'ụwa wee bụrụ onye nwụrụ o wee bụrụ ise wee buga dibịa ọ dịga wee gwọọla ya ọgwụ ego ụzọ na-enu ụwa bụ emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ na-enu ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ mmadụ na-enu ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ ụzọ na-enu ụwa bụ emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọ na-anụ dibịa gwọsi ọgwụ wee bunye ọchụ ụgbakụ buru na ewe nanụ anụ ụlọ ọchụ ụgbakụ wee bido ikpe ego kpatazi anya bụ ego wee lụsịa ụna na wee lụsịa ụna elu
parents can do to occupy their children. What do you think parents can do to occupy their children? The ones that are of age, and then the ones that are still very little. What do you think parents can do to occupy them? To prevent this idleness that they say, right? And then, if really, the concern, if you're of the opinion that it's a valid concern and yes, it makes sense. So, what do you think should be done now at this point? Should schools get back to session? In your stage, they need to call it up and consider the pupils and students who are home and doing nothing. And do you think that taking that move would be the way to go at this point? The intention initially was for the release of those children. In all of it, what's your opinion basically about this matter? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to give your opinion basically about it, to tell me if you think that the call is a valid one, it's sensitive or insensitive. Now that they're saying that this children are idle, now what should be done? What can they do? Because some parents are complaining that they keep telling their children very soon that their children are asking, are we not going back to school again? Will school not go on again? Are we not schooling anymore? Some parents say they tell their children, don't worry, very soon, temporarily. It's a temporary thing. Some other says that parents leave their children at home in the care of neighbors or alone. At this point, it's a sensitive time, and there has to be things that parents can do to occupy children and prevent them from being exposed to negative practices because they are not going to school for now.
Ibe yi nwa chalugo gwa Jizọs nwanyị ọma. Gidi 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 kom 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 tin 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 anyị na-etipu ụwa.
You can call in to give a contribution to the matter. So as you are vibing to the song, as you are nodding, because me, I'm enjoying myself listening to the song, it's giving me good energy and good feel. But whilst you're doing that, do not forget that you can send a message, you can send a voice note, you can send a regular text message 0701-933-9962. You want to call in to share your opinion. Oh, I think this at this point. What do parents really want? What do they really want at this point? What should really be done? If they are not going on that strike action, no, they other said, oh, they're not serious about it. Oh, they are not affected. Oh, because they're not the ones there. They decide to go on the strike action. Oh, why are they on strike action now? Children are idle. It's just 17 days. That strike started June 1. Today is June 17. Oh, children are idle. They're not doing anything. For these 17 days, they've been home. They're exposed to harmful negative practices. What exactly do you think should happen at this point? There's a voice note here that I want to play, okay? All right. Let's do this one.
Good evening. I remember President N Billion. For me, I don't really know what people want. These Osun State people, they are crying everywhere, crying for their kids. They are not yet released, and they still want open school. When they come now and pack another people now and pack teacher join, behead the one they will behead. They will begin shout, the government are not done anything, this and that. Why can't them keep them for lesson? You understand? Let them go for lesson. Home teachers, home lesson. What are they talking about? Going to school to do what? Place that is not secure. Is it not when you those one they kept dirty now, which nobody know whether they are alive or not? Are they going to school? You still want to bring risk? I don't know. I don't understand. Sometimes when I hear some people reaction, I begin to imagine. They are complaining about their student, their kid being in the house. So they want me to go back to school, let them come and kidnap the remaining ones. Ignorance. Our people, the school now is more important than these people life for safety. First, they should think wise. I beg, Cambillion.
All right, thank you. Let's take this call now. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome. Yes, please.
No, thank you. That's part calling you from it.
All right, go on.
Yeah, what made the government put in place to make sure that what happened will not happen again? Is it to open school and put the life of the poor children in risk or at risk? So government should look towards providing security than opening a school. Do you know the condition of the children of the rich? Why the children of the rich are in private school with tight security, but the children of the poor are the ones being kidnapped? Rather, school should remain closed until those children in the captivity are being released. That's my take.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sister.
Welcome.
In fact, what you just rightly said now about these children, even from the strike, in 17 days now, and I start to wonder, my sister, the Yoruba man, I know they are one of the ones that started this campaign of education, give them free education. At that time, I think many of them now, their parents give them free education, they attended free education, and nothing happened to them at that time. They were protected by the government of Awolowo at that time. So I was surprised. That's why I always ask, what did the Yoruba man leader want to do with the life of the children? What did the Hausa man want to do with the life of these people that they are killing every day? And the truth is that, at least I feel that not only the teachers now, the Minister of Education, by now, they should have make a statement that all schools should be closed until these children were released. We are seeing children that report a teacher that taught a professor, a teacher that told them at the end of the day we were beheaded live, and people are taking as they want to do politics to see that when they get more money, where there are no light, where there are no fuel, there are no gas, and I look at it. I know there's something wrong in future. If actually we continue like this, I want everybody, all teachers, to stop teaching them to stop. That is my take off.
Okay.
Not only your state, even River State, many other states, they should stop.
Okay.
Thank you very much, please.
All right. Thank you for your opinion and contribution. Hello, good evening.
Runa, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
The students where they kidnap those student victims. Okay, they want them to resume school.
Parents are saying that the ones that are home, like the ones not affected, are idle and they're not doing anything. So I'm asking now, what should we now do?
What preparation have they made of concerning security? Of course, they are supposed to resume school.
Okay.
You see, but they should make sure that there is a security, tight security, because those guys may come back again. I think this will happen at Oyo.
Oyo.
Not even in North. Oyo is south.
It's a western state, yeah.
So let our Air Force, our military, Air Force, Navy, Army, they should equip themselves to attack those boys, because the same effort they made to rescue this Amina, the wife of this late former army.
Yeah.
So they should use the same effort.
So you're of the opinion that they should resume, but ensure that security is tightened now?
Yes, they should resume, but they should ensure that security is very tight.
All right, thank you.
With cameras to get those guys.
Okay.
You know, if you want to catch fowl, you will to be throw corn. So they should ensure they should throw corn, set corn for them to come and eat. That they will capture them.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Chigosi. I'm calling from Ottawa, Bakatlan.
All right.
My own opinion in this issue is that I would like to say that let them declare state of emergency in education sector in the whole state of Nigeria.
Okay.
Injury to one is injury to all. Let us mean that it is our own children that they kidnap. How are you going to feel? So let every state the state of emergency. Let everybody be so in their house. Thank you. This is my tip.
All right. Thank you. So the parents complaining now, do you think that that complaint is a selfish one? Or they're just trying to still consider that, okay, how about the other children who are home? What will become of them now? But either ways, what's your opinion on it? Should they or should they not? And the parents complain that their children are idle, not active, not doing anything, just whiling away, playing away, not occupied with anything. Don't you think there are things that they could do for their children temporarily before the ultimate resolution happens? 0810-9510-951.
Jonathan Woman, without praying and sugar. Jonathan Sotra Modern, Color Love, Nigeria Limited, Lieutenant no Waboya Meliki on wabonye melikiona Lotanenu wabonye melikiona wabonye melikiona Lotanenu wabonye melikiona wabonye melikiona Melu wabonye melukagina wabonye melikiona Melu wanai melukagina wabonye melikiona Lotanenu wabonye melikiona wabonye melikiona Lotanenu wabonye melikiona wabonye melikiona Manenu wabonye melikiona wabonye melikiona Enyi muwoke no bumelu wabonye
Hello, good evening. Hello. I'm checking your call. Go on. Are you there?
How about Chibok girl?
Okay. How about Chiba girls?
Yes.
What happened to them?
Yes, consider the trending news now.
Yeah.
How about you? So that's what I just want to know.
Okay. That's what you want to ask.
Yes,
All right. Okay. 0810951091. Still taking comments, opinions, contribution on the matter. What do you think is best to be done now?
wabonye melikiona Lotanenu wabonye melikiona 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 wabonye melikiona Ebu wagamuti nanu no walaki kama kolunu Owolobu woke ana bochu back kujeli soja anyana
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome. Hello?
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Please, I want to ask, what's the governor of the state doing about this?
There's the governor, but he says that he's doing that he would do everything in his power. He has promised that he would ensure everything in his power to bring back those people, the children and the teachers. So we just have to wait to see how that unfolds.
Okay. Everybody in this country knows what is happening. Even a child of 18 years have known what is happening in this country. Our brother MKO, Mazen Nanikar, have told them before, see what is coming. Now, all these politicians, none of them, their children in this country schooling. So whatever he's doing is not concerning them. Sunday Ibuhu, who says was doing this, they have settled that man, they have packed.
Okay.
Then VDM have come across his own. Nobody knows which side he's standing for. Went to Abuja, so let the parents cool down first. If it
Okay.
is
Homeschool or skills or something.
Yeah, let them have at least in a small place, they organize and have a teacher that can be teaching them, within them, not to go that desert and keep their children where nobody guide and protect them. So they will calm down for now. Any protest will be in that government house. Not everything. Tinubu. Who is the governor? Who is local government chairman? Who are the local government chiefs?
Okay. All right. Thank you for that contribution. All right. I can still take one more call for this. Can still take maybe one more opinion before I wrap up the thrill. Okay, I already played this voice note and this other one. So 08109510951.
Nwatakịrị solu n'ọchụbakụ belebele jebe ibu ya nkụ abataza n'ime ọbịa ọchụbakụ mmiri obejiri wee gba anya nke iru ka ada na-aga m egbukweni gị egbu nke iru ka jụ onye emelụ nke gịnị ọ na bụ ife ọjọọ melụ gị bụ na mbịalụ ka mbụ gị nkụ ewo egbuna m egbu ewo egbuna m egbu o si ya na nwere ibi mere mụ kama na m enwere ego na mmegbu gị bụrụ isi gị wee gwọgwụ ego nkiru ka wepụ ọnyọcha ụgbakụ ma je egbuna ka m ị ga-egbu m o dulu m ka ị naba be gị ka bụrụ nwunye gị ndụ ka mmalị gị nwa ị nwere nwa ma ị nwere ego mana aga m amụrụ gị nwa ochu ụgbakụ jụ ọnya ịbụrụ nwunye m ịbụrụ nwunye m ewu ị ga-abụkwu ego m adekwu ka a na-ekwu otu ụgbakụ wee bunyili mma wee gbuo onye nke iru ka n'ọnụ nwatakịrị wee dị n'ala nene n'ụwa wee bụrụ onye mụrụ o wee bụrụ ise wee buga dibịa dibịa wee gwọọla ya ọgwụ ego ụzọ na-enu ụwa bụ emeli ike ya ọna ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọna ụwa na-enu ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọna ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọna nwere na-enu ụwa bụ onye emeli ike ya ọna
This may just be where we wrap up the show. Thank you so much for your contributions, your opinions. They were really taken. Thank you so much. So just take this one to wrap up from Theresa Honora.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Time Rona. About our first headlines. Health sector records about 41 babies' deaths out of every 1,000 live births. Former Minister of Petroleum, Desiani Alison Madueke, acquitted of all bribery charges in London. ADC Chieftain Dele Momodu calls for sanctions against judges who deliver rascal judgments. The foreign in South Africa secures $1 billion from BRICS Bank for urban infrastructure. Details shortly. Nigeria continues to face worrying newborn survival rates, with about 41 babies dying out of every 1,000 live births and an estimated 700 newborn deaths recorded daily across the country. The president of the Nigerian Society of Neonatal Medicine, Professor Iretiola Fajolu, disclosed this at the Society's 18th Annual General and Scientific Conference in Port Harcourt. Professor Fajolu said the annual gathering provides an opportunity for experts to deliberate on strategies and innovations aimed at improving newborn care and ensuring access to quality health care for all babies, regardless of their parents' income or social status. She added that community outreach programs and pre-conference workshops have been organized to train healthcare professionals on essential newborn care, neonatal resuscitation, and respiratory support. Professor Fajolu identifies prematurity, birth asphyxia, and infections as the three major causes of newborn deaths in Nigeria and cautions mothers against applying substances such as ash, toothpaste, or cow dung on a baby's umbilical cord, warning that such practices expose newborns to infections.
Survive. We don't want children who survive and are maimed for life. Three main causes of death among the newborns. Number one, we have prematurity, so that is they are born before term. Term we say is 37 weeks of pregnancy or more. And when they are born early, they are unable to cope with normal life outside the womb. Number two is asphyxia, that is when a baby is born and that baby does not breathe at birth. And number three is infection. So we see mothers do all sorts of things, especially with the umbilical cord. When they are born, they apply ash, they apply toothpaste, they apply cow dung and all sorts of things that increase the risk of infection for those newborns. But what we teach now, that is to apply what we call chlorhexidine gel.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, represented by Ahmed Mohammed, said the conference theme aligns with the priorities of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Mohammed noted that the Sustainable Development Goals targeted requires countries rather to reduce neonatal mortality to at least 12 deaths per 1,000 live births by 2030, and that the ministry is strengthening maternal and newborn care services, expanding kangaroo mother care and neonatal resuscitation, improving special care baby units, and building the capacity of frontline health workers. Also speaking, Permanent Secretary of the Rivers State Ministry of Health, Dr. Vincent Nwachukwu, described the conference theme as timely and urgent, stressing that safeguarding the lives of newborns is a collective responsibility, and reaffirmed the commitment of the River State government to strengthen maternal and child health services, expand access to skilled care, and invest in healthcare infrastructure and workforce development.
Rivers State is proud to host this gathering of distinguished professionals whose dedication continues to shape the future of neonatal care in Nigeria. We recognize the invaluable role of the Nigerian Society of Neonatal Medicine in advancing research, promoting best practices, and driving advocacy that saves lives. As a ministry and a government, we reaffirm our commitment to strengthen maternal and child health services, expanding access to skilled care, and investing in the infrastructure and workforce needed to ensure that every child born in Rivers State and indeed Nigeria has a chance to survive and thrive.
Today, FM's Odinaka Celestine reports that the conference is themed Closing the Gap Towards Achieving the Newborn-Related Sustainable Development Goals target, ending Nigeria's preventable newborn death, bringing together healthcare professionals, researchers, and policymakers to chart a path towards improved newborn survival in Nigeria. Director of Research at Nigerian Institute of Oceanography and Marine Research, Ojo Akinrotimi, has called on government at all levels to designate more marine protected areas to conserve aquatic life and boost fish production in the country. Akinrotimi spoke during a 3-day investigative media training workshop on reporting the 30x30 marine conservation targets in Nigeria. He said setting aside portions of the nation's coastal and marine ecosystems as protected sites would help replenish aquatic species such as fish, prawns, and periwinkles, thereby improving the livelihoods of fishing communities over time. According to him, conserving marine ecosystems is essential to ensuring effective and sustainable fishing activities for future generations. He also urged fishermen to embrace responsible fishing practices, stressing that indiscriminate exploitation of marine resources threatens the sustainability of aquatic life.
The government is enforcing marine protection, marine conservation. We as journalists, we need to wake up and begin to advocate. We have a lot of abundance of resources, so that instead of bringing it from Norway and all this country, let them come and establish industry here, extracting the oil and selling the byproduct, which is panda. If the government can enforce some areas, designate some areas as a no-go area for so number of people, they will see the results.
As deliberations continue on the proposal to raise Nigeria's minimum wage from 70,000 to 100,000 naira, many citizens maintain that the new figure would still be inadequate given the current economic realities. Speaking in an interview to the FM's correspondent, residents said the rising cost of food, transportation, and other basic needs has made 100,000 naira insufficient for an average household. They observed that while the proposed increment is a welcome development, it does not reflect the prevailing inflation in the country. According to them, the continuous depreciation of the naira has eroded purchasing power, making it difficult for workers to maintain a reasonable standard of living on the suggested wage. The residents emphasized that any wage review must be realistic enough to match the cost of essential goods and services in the market. They are therefore urging the government to go beyond salary adjustment and implement measures aimed at reducing the cost of living for ordinary Nigerians.
100,000 for the nowadays Nigeria economy is a very little money. It's not enough. Someone that already has family, that 100,000 cannot go. If government can even bring some things, can cost of the material, put stuff down, can help us, all those ones can make it to be enough. Because 100,000 is a big money anyway. But for the economy of Nigeria now, it makes 100,000 look like nothing.
Never. 100,000 naira minimum wage is not enough for a family to survive. Not in this economy with the level of inflation. 100,000 naira is rubbish.
100,000. If the move is to be implemented well, I will commend the government for increasing it, but then that is not yet enough because the basic needs of an average home, as it stands now with the way the economy is, that amount is not enough to fund an average home right now. I wish the government can do better to ensure that what they are providing will be well enough to make sure that an average Nigerian can live at least to a reasonable height of comfort.
The African Democratic Congress ADC in River State has inaugurated chairman and members of Peace and Reconciliation Committee aimed at promoting unity, fostering inclusiveness, address grievances arising from the just concluded party's primary elections. The committee is also respected to ensure to strengthen the collective resolve of members towards achieving electoral success in the 2027 general elections. The state chairman of ADC, Chukwudi Dinkpa, who spoke during the inauguration of the party secretariat on Woji Road, GRA, said the objective of the committee is to ensure that every aspirant who participates in the ADC River State primaries, together with their supporters and stakeholders, becomes an active stakeholder in the party's victory projects for the 2027 general elections. The state chairman, who was represented by the party state secretary, Sam Etitengo, listed amongst other terms of reference to include engagement of aspirants who participate in the party's primary elections and obtain their reviews, concerns and recommendations promote of reconciliation. Sam Etitengo tasked the committee to facilitate dialogue and reconciliation among aspirants, their supporters and relevant stakeholders where disagreement or misunderstandings may have arisen, and also identify and address grievances.
Peace and Reconciliation Committee is established to promote unity, foster inclusiveness, address grievances arising from the party's primary elections, and strengthen the collective resolve of members towards achieving electoral success in the 2027 general election. The objective of the committee is to ensure that every aspirant who participated in the ADC River State primaries, together with their supporters and stakeholders, become active stakeholders in the party's victory project for the 2027 general election. The the terms of reference for this committee, it's expected that the committee will meet and interact with all aspirants who participated in the party's primary elections and obtain their views, concerns, and recommendations.
Sam Isitungu also disclosed that the committee should ensure that party stakeholders are united behind ADC candidates, recommend framework for sustained engagement, and ensure that inclusion is established. The party enters the 2027 general elections as a united, cohesive, and formidable political force in Rivers State.
The committee is expected to engage aggrieved members and stakeholders with a view to preserving party cohesion and discouraging actions capable of undermining the party. Mobilize support for party candidates. Under this, it is expected that the committee will encourage all aspirants and stakeholders to actively support candidates who march through the party's democratic processes. The committee at the end should recommend inclusion and participation framework, advise the party leadership on strategies for effectively integrating aspirants and their supporters into campaign structures.
In his responses on behalf of the members of the committee, the chairman of the ADC Peace and Reconciliation Committee, Ima Chinda, assured that the committee under his watch will return to the party with sharing results.
On behalf of myself and the members of the committee, working the strength of Almighty God, we pledge that we will return to you very successful. And then all the assignments you have made to us, we have taken note of them. We are going to look at them and make sure that we address them as diligently as we come. And by the grace of God, success will be ours. Congratulations.
A former minister of the petroleum, Diezani Alison Madueke, has been acquitted of 6 bribery charges following a high-profile corruption trial at London's Southwark Crown Court. Alison Madueke, who served as minister from 2010 to 2015 under former President Goodluck Jonathan, faced 5 counts of accepting bribes and 1 count of conspiracy to commit bribery. She denied all charges, but the prosecutors alleged that Alison Madueke, 65-year-old, was given a life of luxury in London by oil and gas industry figures seeking lucrative contracts in Nigeria, a country that has long struggled with corruption and mismanagement. However, the former minister, who also briefly served as president of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, says she never received any bribes and had no real influence over the awarding of government contracts. Following proceedings at Southwark Crown Court in London, a jury acquitted Alison Madueke of all 6 charges after more than 46 hours of deliberation. The not guilty verdict, according to Reuters, represents a setback for British authorities who began investigating corruption allegations against her more than a decade ago. Alison Madueke stood trial alongside oil industry executive Olatimbo Ayinde, who faced 1 count of bribery relating to Alison Madueke and another count of bribery of a foreign public official. Her brother, Doye Agama, was also charged with conspiracy to commit bribery alongside her relating to alleged payments made to Agama's church. Both Ayinde and Agama denied the charges and were also acquitted by the jury. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out another attempt by the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, to overturn a federal high court judgment barring it from imposing fines on radio and television stations. In a unanimous ruling delivered, the appellate court dismissed the NBC's appeal, declaring its notice of appeal fundamentally defective and legally incompetent. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Jane Inyang identified a critical discrepancy in the identity of the parties involved. While the case at the Federal High Court was between the Incorporated Trustees of Media Rights Agenda and the National Broadcasting Commission, the notice of appeal listed the appellants as the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, a different legal entity. Justice Inyang held that the inconsistency constituted a fundamental defect that deprived the court of jurisdiction to hear the appeal. The court stressed that a valid notice of appeal is the foundation of any appeal and a prerequisite for the exercise of appellate jurisdiction. Consequently, it held that there was no appeal in fact and in law before it and struck out the case for incompetence. Chieftain of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Dele Momodu, has called for sanctions against judges who deliver what he described as rascally judgments, warning that the judiciary must not be allowed to undermine Nigeria's democratic process. Momodu, who spoke on television, monitored from Port Harcourt, argued that judicial officers who disregard established legal procedures and Superior Court orders should be held accountable. He said the integrity of the judiciary is crucial to sustaining public confidence in democracy and the rule of law. His comments come against the backdrop of a ruling by Justice Peter Alifo of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to deregister the ADC and 4 other parties over alleged failure to meet constitutional electoral performance requirement, a decision that sparked widespread criticism from opposition figures and legal observers. Former head of state, retired General Abdulsalami Abubakar, has expressed the view that Nigeria might have achieved great economic growth, development, and a stronger social order if the military, government of Muhammadu Buhari, and Brigadier Tuna Dusalamide Idiagbon has remained in power beyond its 20-month tenure. Abdulsalami stated this in Chapter 10 of his autobiography, Call of Duty, My Autobiography, titled One Coup After the Other, where he reflected on the series of military interventions that shaped Nigeria's political history and the growing politicization of the armed forces during the era. According to him, despite the excesses associated with Buhari's administration, the regime succeeded in restoring discipline, patriotism, and public order at a time many Nigerians had become disillusioned with civilian government it overthrew. He said the regime introduced measures to promote law and order, including environmental sanitation exercises, orderly queues at public institutions, and stricter enforcement of public conduct regulations. While acknowledging that the government was widely criticized for detentions without trial, media censorship, and harsh prison sentences imposed on politicians, Abdulsalami argued that the administration was attempting to address widespread national decay. Despite those shortcomings, the former head of state maintained that the government was heading in the right direction before it was overthrown in August 27, 1985. The retired general also disclosed that, contrary to widespread assumptions, he was completely unaware of the August 1985 coup that removed Buhari from office and brought his longtime friend and military colleague, General Ibrahim Babangida, to power. He revealed that many expected him to be among the plotters because of his close relationship with Babangida, with whom he attended the same primary and secondary schools and later served in the military. Abdulsalami urged politics without bitterness. He added that he never asked Babangida why he was excluded from the planning, but believed the omission may have been deliberate to ensure someone remained outside the conspiracy who could watch his back if events went wrong. Abdulsalami described the 1985 takeover as essentially a palace coup that removed only Buhari and Idiagbon, and noted that it was bloodless, unlike several earlier military interventions in the country. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu has directed the Kano State Police Command to intensify operations against criminal elements, emphasizing proactive policing as key to tackling insecurity and protecting economic assets. He made the call through the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of Finance and Administration, Sulema Abdul, during the strategic lecture at the Kano State Police Command headquarters, highlighting Kano's importance as a commercial hub with far-reaching economic implications. Disu praised the command's achievements, including aggressive campaigns against bandits, and unveiled a 6-point security strategy focused on intelligence-led policing, technology accountability, community engagement, interagency collaboration, and personnel welfare. He also emphasized sustained pressure on violent youth gangs and cyber criminals exploiting Kano's commercial environment. The police chief therefore urged officers to use modern fighting tools like digital forensics and crime data analytics to identify and dismantle criminal networks. The King's Assembly is inviting members of the public to serve powerful days of worship, revelation, impartation, and life-changing encounters at God Referral Conference 2026 with the theme Unstoppable. In a statement by the church management, the Referral Conference 2026 will serve as a moment when God breathes fresh strength into his people, and a moment when faith rises, purpose is renewed, and lives are transformed. Those that will be ministering are Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor Yemisi Ugo, Dr. Sam Adeyemi, Bishop David Abioye, Pastor Tola Odutola, Reverend George Izunwa, and music by New Song and Minister Moses Blaze. Date June 17th to 21st, 2026, and venue is the King's Assembly at number 58 Tombia Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt. The statement revealed that the conference will be more than a conference but a divine appointment, a time to be refreshed, a time to be empowered, and a time to become unstoppable. The New Development Bank (NDB) has approved $1 billion for South Africa's infrastructure upgrades. The fund will support investment in the provision of essential urban services, including water supply and sanitation, electricity, and solid waste management in 8 South African municipalities, Reuters reported, citing a statement from the bank. The befitting municipalities are Johannesburg, Cape Town, Buffalo City, Ekurhuleni, eThekwini, Mangwang, Nelson Mandela Bay, and Shuani. NDB was set up in 2015 by BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It mainly lends to infrastructure projects such as energy, roads, and ports. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Health sector has recorded about 41 babies' deaths out of every 1,000 live births. Former Minister of Petroleum Desiani Alison Madueke has been acquitted of all bribery charges in London. We told you that ADC chieftain Dele Momodu has called for sanctions against judges who deliver what he described as rascal judgments. On the foreign scene, you also heard that South Africa secured $1 billion from BRICS Bank for urban infrastructure. That was the news as edited by Uchendo Ijowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, and X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Equatorial Guinea's entire cabinet resigned after failing to meet government targets. Somaliland opens embassy in Jerusalem after Israel recognition. U.S. grants permanent residency to former Ghana Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Bolivia signs new anti-drug cooperation deal with United States. Details shortly. The breakaway state of Somaliland has officially opened an embassy in Jerusalem 6 months after Israel became the first country to recognize it as an independent nation. The diplomatic mission was inaugurated at Technology Park in West Jerusalem during an official visit by Somaliland President Abdurrahman Mohamed Abdullahi. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, during a meeting with the Somaliland leader, described the relationship between both sides as being rooted in deep spiritual bond. However, Somalia condemned the move, insisting that Somaliland remains part of its territory, describing any engagement with the region's administration as a violation of Somalia's sovereignty. Israel's recognition of Somaliland last December drew criticism from several countries and organizations, including China, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and the African Union. Despite the controversy, relations between Israel and Somaliland have continued to grow. Earlier, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar paid an official visit to Somaliland's capital, Hargeisa. Prime Minister Netanyahu also welcomed Somaliland's decision to establish its diplomatic mission in Jerusalem rather than Tel Aviv, where most foreign embassies are located. The government of Equatorial Guinea has resigned after failing to meet key performance targets set by President Teodoro Nguema Basogo. Vice President Teodoro Nguema Biange Mangwe announced that Prime Minister Manuel Osansei-Swa submitted the resignation of the entire cabinet after the administration reportedly achieved less than 10% of its objectives. According to the ruling party of Equatorial Guinea, President Obiang expressed dissatisfaction with the government's performance, citing corruption, misuse of state resources, and delays in developmental projects. A new government is expected to be appointed in the coming days. The president also criticized the government's failure to diversify the country's economy, particularly through investment in agriculture, which could reduce dependence on imported goods. The United States has granted permanent residency to former Ghanaian Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, ending a legal saga that saw the ex-official detained by U.S. immigration authorities earlier this year. The 66-year-old has been in the United States since January 2024 for medical treatment, including prostate cancer surgery, and was arrested by Immigration and Custom Enforcement (ICE) in January while seeking to extend his stay. His attorney, Justice Kusi Minka Premo, said a U.S. immigration court approved Ofori-Atta's green card application, adding that the court found the criminal allegations against him in Ghana not credible. Ofori-Atta, who served as finance minister from 2017 to 2024 under former President Nana Akufo-Addo, was declared a fugitive by Ghanaian authorities in February 2025 and formally charged with corruption later that year as part of President John Mahama's anti-corruption drive. Health workers in the Democratic Republic of Congo are celebrating a rare success in the fight against Ebola after a patient recovered from the disease and was discharged from a treatment center in Ituri province. Medical staff applauded and sang as 49-year-old Daniel Kintambala left the facility following consecutive negative Ebola tests. Kintambala described the illness as severe but thanked God for his recovery. The discharge comes amid a worsening outbreak that has claimed more than 140 lives in northeastern Congo. Health authorities said the virus may have been spreading undetected for months before the outbreak was officially declared. Health experts are urging communities to trust medical advice and report suspected cases quickly to contain the outbreak. Tunisia has repatriated 91 migrants from sub-Saharan Africa after its voluntary return program. The migrants departed from Tunis Carthage International Airport on Tuesday and were returned to several African countries. National Guard spokesman Hunsem Edin Jebabli said nearly 5,000 migrants have benefited from the government initiative since it was launched last year. The move comes amid growing efforts by Tunisia to manage migration flows across the Mediterranean. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, Bolivia has signed a new cooperation agreement with the United States aimed at strengthening efforts to combat drug trafficking. According to Bolivia's foreign ministry, the deal will see the United States provide up to $20 million to train the equipped Bolivian authorities and security forces in the fight against drug smuggling and organized crime. The development marks a significant improvement in relations between the two countries nearly 18 years after former President Evo Morales expelled the United States Drug Enforcement Administration from Bolivia. American astronaut Christina Koch, the first woman selected for a lunar mission, has been awarded Spain's prestigious Princess of Asturias Award for Concord. The awards jury said Koch was recognized for helping to expand the frontiers of human exploration and for inspiring future generations, especially women. The 47-year-old astronaut was part of the four-member Artemis 2 mission, which completed a flyby of the moon in April, marking the first human lunar flyby in more than 50 years. The mission also set a new record with its crew traveling more than 406,000 kilometers from Earth, the farthest distance ever reached by humans. Koch previously set the record for the longest space flight by a woman after spending 328 days in space. She also participated in the first all-female spacewalk alongside fellow astronaut Jessica Meir. The €50,000 award is one of the 8 annual prizes presented by the foundation named after Spain's heir to the throne, Princess Leonor. Israeli forces have launched fresh airstrikes in southern Lebanon despite renewed calls from U.S. President Donald Trump for restraint. Lebanese state media report that Israeli warplanes targeted areas near Nabateh and Kafar Timnit today. The Israeli military has not commented on the strikes but had previously stated that its operations are aimed at Hezbollah positions. The attacks come amid efforts to finalize a U.S.-Iran-backed agreement intended to reduce tensions in the region. Speaking at the G7 summit in France, President Trump said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu should exercise greater responsibility regarding Lebanon, warning that the conflict has lasted too long and claimed too many lives. Australian radio personality Kyle Sandilands is set to receive more than 12 million Australian dollars after settling a legal dispute with his former employer, Arn Media. Sandilands sued the company after his contract was terminated earlier this year, following an on-air dispute with longtime co-host Jackie Henderson. Under the settlement agreement, Arn Media will pay Sandilands 12.09 million Australian dollars and provide additional advertising support over the next 3 years. The broadcaster says the agreement resolves all claims between both parties. The Kyle and Jackie O Show was one of Australia's most successful radio programs before it was taken off air, following the public fallout between the two presenters. Meanwhile, Jackie Henderson's separate legal action against Arn Media remains ongoing. Japan's competition watchdog has launched an investigation into some of the country's largest ice cream manufacturers over allegations of price fixing. The Japan Fair Trade Commission conducted inspections at 6 major companies, including Meiji, Lotte, Morinaga Milk Industry, Izaki Glico, and Akagi Unyongyo. Authorities suspected the companies may have coordinated price increases of frozen desserts, products beyond what was justified by rising production costs. According to Japanese media reports, some products may have been repeated price increase of between 5 and 10% over several years. The investigation comes as Japan experiences usually high temperatures and increased demand for ice cream product. The companies involved say they will cooperate fully with the inquiry. That story from Japan concludes tonight's edition of the World Today, produced by Nakachi Celestine of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Equatorial Guinea's entire cabinet has resigned after failing to meet government targets. You heard that Somaliland has opened an embassy in Jerusalem after Israeli recognition. We told you that U.S. has granted permanent residency to former Ghana Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. And finally, Bolivia has signed a new anti-drug cooperation deal with United States. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. In the Central African Republic, we look at the operations of Russian mercenary group Wagner and why Moscow is yet to replace them with Africa Corps like it happened in other countries in the region.
They really had a much more extensive operation there than anywhere in sub-Saharan Africa. And for both sides, also the government, this was a very profitable and practical partnership.
Also, we look into the viral Natasha Black doll trend in China and what it could mean for racial tensions.
So you don't want to have a child look at that video and think this is what Chinese people think of me. And so it's actually harming the relations despite the Chinese government spending so much on this sort of public diplomacy.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. President Trump has warned he's ready to resume military action if Tehran doesn't abide by its obligations. He was speaking on the sidelines of a G7 meeting 2 days before the signing of an accord to pause the war pending a full agreement. Hours earlier, 3 Iranian oil tankers had passed through a U.S. blockade. John Donnison reports from Jerusalem.
Facing criticism from Israel and hawks within his own Republican Party, President Trump pushed back on the idea his deal made too many concessions to Iran. He said if Tehran didn't behave, the US would go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. To the surprise of some, the The Memorandum of Understanding contains the lifting of oil and petrochemical sanctions on Iran with immediate effect, which will put billions of dollars back into the country's economy.
Health officials in the Democratic Republic of Congo are searching for a 6-year-old girl with Ebola who was taken from a treatment facility in North Kivu province. Health authorities have warned that finding the girl is crucial. Camilla Mills has more details.
According to an official notice, the mother and child were removed from a hospital by a group of men who refused their transfer to an Ebola treatment centre. Authorities say the child had tested positive for the virus and are appealing for information on her whereabouts. The case highlights the difficulties facing health workers as they try to contain the latest Ebola outbreak. Community mistrust, misinformation and insecurity have hampered efforts to trace contacts and isolate patients in some affected areas.
Germany's armed forces are set to increase the number of experiments carried out on animals. The Defence Ministry cited more complex military research demands and the global security situation as reasons. It said all animal testing followed guidelines designed to minimise pain and distress. Rats, mice, pigs and even donkeys have been used in the past in surgical procedures and assessing the impact of injuries. The G7 group of industrialised nations, including the US, have called on technology companies to ensure their services are safe for under-18s. They say such services should protect children's privacy, be age-appropriate and safe by design. The European Commission spokesman for tech sovereignty is Thomas Renier.
We put our citizens first, and the well-being of our citizens comes first. And how was the beginning of 2026 marked? It was marked by grok, undressing digitally women and creating child pornography. We do not want to wait for harms to occur before starting to legislate and to tackle these harms. No, we do it the other way around.
World News from the BBC. Ghana is hosting a major conference on reparatory justice following a landmark UN resolution recognising the trafficking and enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Leaders, historians and legal experts from more than 80 countries are meeting in Accra to discuss next steps, including restitution and reparations. Britain's National Crime Agency has revealed details of raids carried out in Germany last month that dealt a significant blow to gangs smuggling migrants across the Channel. Thousands of items used in small boat crossings were seized, including dinghies, engines, pumps and life jackets. Investigators believe the equipment seized in May would have been enough to facilitate the crossings of more than 2,000 people. The new director of the Louvre Museum in Paris is struggling to upgrade its ageing facilities. Christophe Leribaud was speaking to a Senate committee after being appointed in February in the wake of a spectacular theft of imperial jewels. He said building-related emergencies were mounting.
Despite its imposing majesty, despite the daily commitment of its teams, the Louvre is running out of steam. Its equipment and infrastructure are reaching the end of their life cycle. We are therefore at a crossroads. Urgent building issues are piling up, and we are facing a wall of investment needs, which is obviously not what anyone wants to hear.
A British man who spent nearly 3 decades trying to walk in a single unbroken route from the tip of South America to Britain has hit a stumbling block. Carl Bushby, who's 57, has been refused permission to use the service tunnel of the Channel Tunnel linking France with Britain to complete his 58,000-kilometre odyssey. A Eurotunnel spokesperson said this was due to safety and operational reasons. If Eurotunnel doesn't relent, he said he might have to swim the channel. BBC News.
Hello there and welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in the city of Nairobi. In the Central African Republic, the presence of private military company Wagner Group remains visible despite Russia's bid to reshape its security footprint in Africa with state-backed Africa Corps. Is the Kremlin facing resistance?
It's been a slow transition, but it's definitely coming. I mean, Wagner doesn't really exist anywhere in the world anymore, except for in the Central African Republic. So at some point, these are all still Russian nationals. So they are dependent on Russia.
We also explore the viral Natasha Black doll trend in China. What do Africans living in the country think of it?
My son is going to be going to primary school very soon. And wherever he is going to school, he's probably going to be the only black kid, or at most the only 2 black kids there. I'm hearing that kids are also involved with this thing. And somebody's calling him Natasha.
It's Wednesday, June 17th. Russia's security footprint in Africa appears to be entering a new phase, and the Central African Republic is at the center of it. A report by CAR's pro-opposition news site, Kobu News, suggests Russia is pushing for the replacement of the private mercenaries Wagner Group with Africa Corps. The latter is a paramilitary force controlled by Russia's Ministry of Defense, aimed at absorbing and rebranding the operations of Wagner Group. But the transition seems more complicated than expected, raising questions about Russia's influence on the continent, the future of its security partnerships, and what this means for the Central African Republic. According to media reports, President Faustin Archange Touadéra is caught up between mounting pressure from Moscow to replace entrenched Wagner networks with Africa Corps. Russia has successfully replaced Wagner in countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Libya. To help us understand who Wagner Group are and how they differ from Africa Corps, here's my colleague Ayuba Ilia.
For years, the Wagner Group was one of Russia's most influential tools abroad. Established around 2014 as a private military company, Wagner deployed fighters to conflict zones including Ukraine, Syria, Libya, Mali, and the Central African Republic. It offered governments military training, battlefield support, and protection for political leaders, often in exchange for access to valuable natural resources such as gold and diamonds, as well as strategic influence. The group's future changed dramatically in 2023 when its leader Yevgeny Prigozhin led a brief mutiny against Russia's military leadership. Although the rebellion ended quickly, it exposed tensions between Wagner and the Russian government. Prigozhin later died in a plane crash, and the Russian government began dismantling Wagner's independent structure. In its place came Africa Corps, a force operating under Russia's Ministry of Defense. The new model gives the Russian government direct control over personnel, funding, and operations while preserving Russia's security partnerships across Africa. Africa Corps has expanded its presence in countries including Mali and is seeking to take over Wagner's remaining operations elsewhere. For Russia, the shift is about strengthening state control, deepening diplomatic and military ties with African governments, and maintaining influence in a region that has become increasingly important to Russia's global strategy.
Many thanks to my colleague Ayuba Ilia in Lagos, Nigeria. To further this conversation, I spoke with Tim Glawion, interim professor, University of Freiburg, and senior researcher, Arnold Bergstraße Institute in Germany. He first told me about the transition from Wagner to Africa Corps in Africa.
Well, this transition has already been pushed since 2023 after the Wagner chief Prigozhin died in a mysterious plane accident. And since then, they've been pushing for Wagner transitions to the Africa Corps all across Africa, and Central African Republic was really one of the last places where this transition had not yet been completed.
Now, for someone who has no idea the difference, could you just tell us how Africa Corps differs from the Wagner Group in terms of command structure, objectives, and even accountability for some of their works on the continent?
Yeah, Wagner was really a private military with close ties to the government, but it was privately run, and it had two advantages for multiple sides engaged with them, which was the plausible deniability for Russia, because they could say, well, it's not really us, it's just a private military, they're doing what they want. And on the other hand, they were much more flexible than a military partner. So Wagner is really a private military composed mostly of former soldiers from Russia, but also from other countries like Libya or Syria. And they usually finance themselves not by direct payment, but by indirect payments. So in the Central African Republic, they controlled, for instance, the largest gold mine in the country. So that gave the government of the Central African Republic flexibility also in payment, because it's very expensive to hire an actual militia that costs tens of thousands of dollars per month per soldier. If it's now the official Russian Africa Corps, the Russians lose plausible deniability, and it's probably also more difficult to do illicit deals on how they would be paid, because they would be traced back to the country then rather than just private company. So they will probably be demanding official payment in quite extensive sums, which then again is for the Central African government very difficult.
Now, Tim, a young mind in Zimbabwe or in Botswana who is listening would be wondering, but why does the Central African Republic need either Wagner forces or Africa Corps or any militia from the West in its security structure? Make it make sense to our listeners.
The reality is there was a civil war. There were many people in arms in the country, especially in 2012 and 2013. And then afterward, there was a peacekeeping mission that was deployed and other foreign forces also to bring a little bit of calm to the situation. Unfortunately, that did not have a lasting effect, and the government decided to turn to Wagner to defeat, as they said, the rebels. But I would say it's not a deal that creates security for the population. It's a deal that creates regime security. So another thing about the Central African Republic is that there's frequent coups d'etats. So the government is always fearful to lose power either against rebels or from within its own military rank. So for them, there's an interest to guarantee the stability of the regime, so not of the population, but of the regime, through external contractors.
Now, the Central African Republic President Touadera is said to be attempting to balance pressure from Moscow with resistance from entrenched Wagner-linked interests. Now, what challenges does this create for his government when it comes to stability and management of resources?
Yes, unfortunately, this is an incredibly tricky situation. With this shifting partnerships, there's multiple risks. There could be a risk from within the government that somebody who is more pro-Russian is pushed by Russian interests to topple the government, or there could be a risk from outside of the government that if the security partnerships are not clear and there might be withdrawals or inefficiencies in them, then rebel groups might take that as an advantage to enforce their rule and maybe even move on the capital, as they've tried multiple times and sometimes succeeded.
You mentioned earlier, Tim, that the Central African Republic government was paying the Wagner Group with gold. Beyond the gold, why has CAR emerged as a key battleground in the struggle between Wagner-linked networks and the Russian state-backed Africa Corps? Is the resources at the center of this tussle?
It's probably because it was one of the first places Wagner became so active in sub-Saharan Africa. So in contrast to other places like Mali, they were there for much longer before Prigozhin died. So they were really entrenched. They had a much more dominant role in the security landscape as compared to Mali, for instance, where it is much more recent that they had a very strong role in the security sector. So they really had a much more extensive operation there than anywhere in sub-Saharan Africa. And for both sides, also the government, this was a very profitable and practical partnership, and neither side was willing to give that up so easily.
Speaking of economic partnership, you've mentioned earlier that the cost of maintaining the Russian contingency is quite high. What economic and political implications could such an arrangement have for the Central African Republic?
one number that I saw that's been circulating is 15 million per month. That doesn't seem much for some countries, but for the Central African Republic, that would probably be half the annual budget. It's just unimaginable that they would be paying half their annual budget just to pay 1,500 Russian soldiers to come into the country. That's just not possible. So a new deal that maybe is arising, that there will be the switch, but rather than Central African Republic paying this will be paid by the United Arab Emirates. But then, of course, nothing is for free in the world. What do they want in return? That's also the next question there. So really, unfortunately, these deals, they're selling off the resources that their country has for a very low price, I would say, and not for the benefit of the population.
But speaking of pressure, now, do you think Moscow has enough leverage to ensure compliance from Central African Republic authorities?
Like I said, it's been a slow transition, but it's definitely coming. I mean, Wagner doesn't really exist anywhere in the world anymore, except for in the Central African Republic. So at some point, these are all still Russian nationals, and they're all shunned everywhere else in the world. I mean, they can't go anywhere except for back to Russia, because nobody else will accept them, because they've been doing horrible things in the past years, including torture and rape and killing innocent civilians. So they are dependent on Russia.
Tim, before I let you go, what could this power struggle tell us about the future of Russia's security partnerships and influence across Africa, particularly in countries that are facing insurgency or instability politically?
Yeah, I think the big transition is that they're moving away from this plausible deniability where they say, you know, it's not us, it's a private military, and then kind of refute accountability, to openly saying this is us, this is Russian interference, Russian interests. And they're trying to propose this model that, you know, Russian intervention is much more forceful and successful, and they're pretending that it is anti-colonial and everything. But I think the experiences in Mali and Central African Republic are clearly showing that that is not at all the case.
Many thanks to Tim Glewion, interim professor, University of Freiburg, and senior researcher, Arnold Bergstrasser Institute in Germany. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Suggestions that a white doll would look too human to be treated the same way. We spoke to a Nigerian mother living in China who shared her experience with the doll.
My son is going to be going to primary school very soon. And wherever he is going to school, he's probably going to be the only black kid. I'm hearing that kids are also involved with this thing. And somebody is calling him Natasha. And then I have to explain to him what this is. It's not a conversation I think I would enjoy having.
This trend has become controversial, especially among Black and African communities around the world. While the videos do not explicitly promote harassment of dark-skinned people, many feel that they may normalize racial abuse and stereotypes that Black people do not feel pain. So does this online trend in any way translate to real life? To help us answer that question, I spoke to Dr. Lina Ben Abdallah, a China-Africa relations expert at Wake Forest University in North Carolina.
This is not a one-off trend. Even the BBC has covered lots of different other incidents that happened in the past. Over the last 10, 15 years even, we've seen trends of sometimes commercials using blackface, sometimes videos that go viral in Chinese social media that are problematic, dehumanizing basically African and Black diaspora in China and in the African continent. So this is definitely not a one-time sensitivity, as you mentioned. I think it is part of a trend. Obviously, I think the conversation can be split into two big issues. One is certainly this aspect of anti-Blackness and the experiences of anti-Blackness in China. But also, I think there's another aspect of this, which is the platform capitalism, these technological and digital social media platforms, which capitalize on the shock moment, they capitalize on emotions, on provocations, on content on social media that creates this kind of provocation and creates a lot of clicking, a lot of following. There's sort of this attention economy. There's a lot of money and capitalism that goes into these platforms that obviously this is, one of the reasons why we find that these go viral.
But can you genuinely have a deep China-Africa relationship without addressing the racism that exists at the societal level?
The simple answer to it is no, right? We cannot talk about, as you said, sort of a genuine people-centered relationship. When we talk about relationality, when we talk about relationships, we're talking about people at the very base, right? Even when we talk about governments are made of people, right? We're not talking about robots here. We're talking about people. The year 2026 has been dubbed sort of the year of cultural people-to-people relations between Africa and China. So this is hugely ironic that something like this comes through during this year, which is supposed to be dedicated to people-centered cultural diplomacy and cultural exchanges. So this tells us that we still have a lot more to do. There's still a lot more to do in terms of amplifying African perspectives, African voices, African representations in Chinese media, in Chinese cultural spaces, among students, among business communities, among African diaspora in China. There's a lot more to do to raise awareness, right? That these are actual human beings, these are actual people, right? So it's not just a market to sell your goods. It's not just a place to send things to, but actually this is people we are objectifying through these viral videos and through these objects that can go viral in this way.
Right. I hear you there, Dr. Lina, when you talk about people-to-people relationship and exchanges in the year 2026, which has been dubbed that. We have seen China spend years, investing in its image in Africa with scholarships, with exchange programs and all of that. But this sparks my curiosity. What does a moment like the Natasha doll trend do to all these projects and initiatives that are aimed at promoting China-Africa relations globally?
It points to at least a couple of different things. The one being, we need a two-way street when it comes to soft power, when it comes to cultural exchanges, when it comes to raising awareness around people's cultures, languages, values, and all of that. So we talk about Confucius Institutes, but Confucius Institutes carry the Chinese cultural brand. They don't carry African cultural brands in China, right? So they don't do that work. We need that work. We need to have more of this kind of raising this cultural awareness, right? We need to have more presence in terms of African languages, African cultures, African communities in China, right? So Confucius Institutes and all of these projects that, the Chinese government, as you rightly point out, spends a lot of money on this soft power promotion. But at the end of the day, we also need it to be two-way street. We need to have just as much of that going on in China to raise awareness about African cultures as we do the other way around. And so I think moment like Natasha doll, it's very harmful, right? So you don't want to have a child look at that video and think this is what Chinese people think of me or what they think they can do with me or of me, right? You don't want that to happen. So it's actually harming the relations despite the Chinese government spending so much on this sort of public diplomacy, on these exchanges, on these language programs and scholarships and so on and so forth. There's definitely more that needs to be done in that way.
And the Chinese government has publicly condemned the doll trend. But out of curiosity, does that kind of official response carry any form of weight at all? Especially when societal attitudes seem to be pointing in a very, very different direction.
Yeah, if you remember, even when Black Panther was in cinemas, right? So we were looking at sort of some of these concerning trends coming from Chinese netizens, concerned and sort of complaining that it's just too black, right? Some will kind of translate that as being too dark, but too dark, too black, right? So we definitely have a pulse on sort of some of these issues within Chinese society. But the Chinese government condemning this, it's an important step, but it's not enough. There's more that needs to be done on the Chinese side to flag this as harmful content before it becomes a viral trend that people make a lot of money out of. And that's the other problem. It is an issue of profit, right? So these are profit-making platforms, and people at the end of the day become insensitized. They don't care what the content is as long as it's bringing them more clicks and more ads, sponsorships, and more money in a way.
Many thanks to Dr. Lina Ben-Abdallah, a China-Africa relations expert at Wake Forest University in North Carolina. Now, I also spoke to Jack Lau, a journalist with the BBC's Global China unit at our Hong Kong bureau. He told me there has been previous public reporting of racism directed towards Africans in China.
Offline, there have been instances of racism in Guangzhou, which is a big city in southern China with a very vibrant African community. And during the pandemic, many of them said they were being kicked out of their homes by landlords, and some businesses and hotels refused to do business with them. Definitely there are some corners that displaying this sort of anti-black racism.
Why do stereotypes about African people persist in Chinese society and even in the media space?
There was problematic stereotypes being shown. For example, in the flagship TV variety show that celebrates the Lunar New Year every year, in the 2018 version, they featured dancers in blackface, for example, dancing in costumes resembling the body painting of certain African tribes. And that got a lot of backlash. In the case of these Natasha dolls, some people in China, by no means all, might focus on the violence directed at the dolls in the videos shown online. Those people tend to overlook the fact that the doll represents a black person, and it adds an additional layer of racial offense to the entire affair.
From what you know, how has the Chinese government responded to the backlash surrounding the Natasha dolls?
Well, the Chinese state media has criticized the doll videos for encouraging violence and causing distress to children, but they did not mention the dolls' race, and most of them were being sold explicitly as black baby dolls.
The BBC's Jack Lau there. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. Special thanks to our listener, Eugenia O'Neill, who suggested we cover the Natasha doll story. Should you want to speak with us, please send a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269243 or drop us an email on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. You can also leave a message on our social media @BBC Africa or my handle @IamNkechi, and that's with double N. If there are any stories you think are underreported in your community or country, do get in touch and we might cover them. Today's episode was produced by Chiamaka Dike and Ayuba Ilya from Lagos. Kiganse Shumba was the senior journalist in charge, while Davis Mosaro, the technical producer. Our editors are Charles Gitonga and Mariam Abdallah. I am Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak to you again soon.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The station with the
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.